Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Dr. Vishnevsky, Master Maticus, George Rockland, Plaguebird, The Chaucer, Curse Word, Slice the Elder, Food Evening, Falsers, thank you for the subscription, very much appreciated. Sir Kells, Good Boy George, Fosty254, Helmfried, Despotzini, and Tiwian, and Broad Metalluck 2, Jzef MPGH, Trash Comps, Darlene Ho 16, Scottaboosh, hello, welcome, one and all. So, frijoles recalentados, alo. I looked that word up. That means leftovers. That's refried leftovers, which is a fun name. I was curious afterwards when I was like, I don't know what that word means. How fun. What a fun word. Metawrecker, hello, Grey Warden Uku. We are here to begin one more, and assuming it doesn't just like completely fizzle out at the beginning, final attempt at the challenge run in Hardened. And the queue is now open. You've got time, because what I'm going to do as people join, I love how fast this happens. Completely unhinged. I love it. Absolutely love it. How incredible. I'm going to roll a squad, take a moment, figure out if it's something that will work for us. If it isn't, re-roll, take a moment, figure out if it'll work, etc. And so you've got time to join the queue. I'm not going to start applying names until I've decided I've got a keeper that I want to rock and roll with. Is it Peasant Militia or Manhunters? Apologies if I miss anyone's messages in this. I am going to continue to do Peasant Militia. I tinkered with the idea of doing this with Manhunters, but once I sort of thought about it more and kind of looked at what the conditions for a starting run are, you start out with only 2 non-indebted brothers, and of course you can get more. But the Crack the Whip ability is so strong that those brothers are basically just going to like stand there and use that ability every single fight, given how few of them there will be. And then the indebted only get their like 6 perk builds, which are pretty limited and not that interesting when I kind of thought of what they could all be. So even though I liked the idea of Manhunters from the perspective of it being a bit of a meat grinder that we could let more people, from the community participate in and get your name in there. You play, you participate in one battle, you die, and you're like, hey, I was part of the team. There were upsides, but I think the gameplay would not have been that interesting. So that was my conclusion. So I'm going to stick with Peasant Militia, because I think even though the big change is here in Hardened version 1.8.2, Peasant Militia no longer start with the Militia Origin or Perk group. So Phalanx and Strength and Number are not present on the entire squad. Brothers who have the Shield Perk group will still have access to Phalanx, and brothers that have the Militia Perk group, which I think is just the Militia background, will have access to Strength and Numbers, but those perks are basically gone from our building plans. I actually think this will make for a more interesting building phase, this day 0 here, but it will make the campaign harder. And even though I've decided on the name Intrepid Immortals, because I like it, Intrepid Immortals, we got a matching number of syllables. They both start with the letter I for some alliteration. Intrepid, has hints at we can't enter towns, we're exploring, whatever. I'm not changing the rules. If a brother dies, well, they weren't immortal, but the company is. And I didn't think about a good flag. I could close my eyes and just click the button. The company is immortal until it dies, right? I'm gonna close my eyes. Okay. Crying Lady. I don't know that I've ever picked this. Apples and fruits without them? Was that? That's incredible if so. I don't think I've ever picked this one. I mean, I maybe have. Booby flag? Nah, we've done the booby flag. We've done the booby flag. So we're gonna go with the conditions just like this, as always. That's the one you wanted? Well, all right, that's actually kind of insane. Crying lady looks like she either needs sleep or had a bigger portion of the edible than she had planned. Yeah. If you're waiting for it to kick in, keep waiting. Don't have another. Okay. So what I'm going to do here first is just quick scan to see, do I think, you know, I'm going to go through each brother and be like, if the majority of them are a workable build, we're going to roll with it. But if they're kind of an incoherent, incongruent group of perks, I'm just going to re-roll, right? So, okay. So this one is... No. Nope. This is, at this point, this is just for posterity. I'm not gonna, like, almost every single one of these are a mess, actually. This is kind of incredible. Wow. No. That one ain't gonna work. That one ain't gonna work. Again, I'm just looking for like a congruent set of perks. And maybe I can elaborate on what that means as I'm doing it if I have to do this more than a couple times. But I think it'll be a little more clear once I'm like building the squad. Okay. No Dastard or Superstitious, those are auto rerolls. So actually, I don't think that's true anymore, the Chaucer. Dastard, I think, can be okay. Assuming we have a reasonable avenue to put a brother with Exude Confidence next to them. And the events for Superstitious were actually changed to not be so frequently, in Hardened specifically. So that's okay. So those are no longer like marks against the whole shebang. So, not delusional. Hello. Okay. Sure. Whoa. All right. Not as good as I would hope. How'd we die? I took a foolish fight. Ranged bow kind of saucy? Definitely saucy. Maybe a little too saucy. There's almost a little too much going on there, but that's okay. Yeah, we did die in a hail of gunfire. That's accurate. Yeah. Then a bunch of pretty rough brothers. Here the last few. I do want to make sure I've got like a solid coherent squad. So I am unafraid to re-roll. I also kind of don't want multiple tacticians. I might just make a sort of house rule that I'm only allowed to use one of the two, because I don't want to manage both tacticians every fight. Maybe I'm sort of gimping myself, but I am also re-rolling squads. I don't know. There wasn't that much that stood out to me that was that interesting there. 113 miles per hour. Glad you're here. Glad you're here live. Okay, let's see how this one looks. Maybe this will be the one. But maybe not, who knows? Interesting. Okay. This one's not so exciting. kind of disappointing. Oh my. Whoa. 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 Huh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. At some point I'm gonna have to start using more words than just like interesting, meh, good, wow, and things like that. Inspiring Essence crossbow is nice. It is. Peculiar, unexpected. Yeah, so I think this... Let me take another quick glance at this one. This might be workable, but I need to look at just a few more things. I think the problem here is just a lack of frontline. There's some really good and interesting brothers here, and ranged brothers. But there's like one super good defensive brother here in Torvald. And otherwise there's just, like, I do need to make sure we either have like enough brothers with shield mastery or brothers with really good melee defense and then like a two-hander, even though I think that's quite a bit more of a liability. Or we have brothers with pretty good high-end range defense and the Swift Strikes perk group. What I'm seeing here is there just isn't quite enough of that. So unfortunately, I think I'm gonna re-roll this squad as well. I should be maybe, I should have a counter. What is this number 4 that I'm looking at? 4? Okay. Going into 4, okay. I was like, I'm gonna try to keep it under 10. But I'm not promising that. I'm hoping that this is just the one right here. Let's not make this a drinking game. Oh no, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Olaf. Interesting. It did seem like you want defensive brothers in the early game, and then when you can pick more damaging brothers for the late game. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I mean, the defensive brothers are like key. And it doesn't have to be shield expert and phalanx, to be clear. You don't think fishing a bit longer is a problem? I think it's more fun to have a cool squad and interesting ideas rather than commit to the first idea that looks okay. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And it's fun to see like brothers like Olaf here. Like this will be a fun, so for example, if this squad were to get kept, this brother has some really fun and interesting build around type stuff. He's night blind. He's set up for ranged combat. He's got the tactician perks. He has a bajillion fatigue. There's a lot we can do with this brother. He has access to adrenaline alongside the bajillion fatigue, but also heavy armor. Lots to figure out here, but this is the kind of brother that's like really cool. Anyway. Ooh. Okay. We've got a rising star. Jinjai's the Silent. Hello, hello. You just couldn't stay away? Just couldn't stay away. Just couldn't stay away. Felt compelled. Second tactician. Oscar Deuces is kind of a Chad name. Was that his name? Oh, wow, that is incredible. That is a Chad name. This is an interesting brother too. Man. Interesting. Okay. Have you taken the Man of Steel perk in a run yet? No, not yet, but I think it's a good perk. I just haven't had, it's fairly rare. Yeah, we don't have to take the tactician perks on both bros, absolutely. Okay, actually, I'm liking what I see so far with this group. I think there's pretty interesting stuff going on. And I'm liking what I see so far. I'm liking what I see so far. Okay. Let's take a closer look. This might be it. So let's strip everyone down to their skivvies. And now I'm going to kind of look at stats alongside the perks just in a little bit more detail. Because previously I was mostly only looking at the perk groups and kind of glancing over at the traits and stuff like that. Yeah, this looks like a strong, speaking of strong squad. Really interesting brothers here. Like there's some really cool decisions to be made and like brothers that could kind of be two things. The superstitious events were also made less frequent, by the way. One thing I've been kind of hoping to see that I haven't seen in any squad yet is, and it's a pretty rare combination, but Eagle Eye alongside Bow Mastery gives you a range of 8, which actually is like kind of legit. Only the AI gets that. I'd like it too. So like but you need to have both Eagle Eyes and Bow Mastery to be able to do that. Like I just like the target selection and the extra like range pickoff things it unlocks for the squad. Geralt here is really interesting. I've got some ideas potentially with Geralt. Ragnar, unfortunately, I was also hoping to be able to build like a coherent like net build. This one kind of works, but it's not quite there, but it'll work. This will play. New run, did we wipe or what? Okay, I think this is gonna work. Actually, let me look for just a couple more things. There's a couple more things I want to check on. We won victory lap? Sure, that one. Okay, I think this is gonna work. I think this one's gonna work. Do we have a tactician? We do. We have 2 tacticians. What I think I might do is actually just limit it to 1 as sort of a house rule, I guess. I don't want to, well, I don't know. Maybe I take whatever I can get. I'm not sure. All right. Shuffle pick. Plague Bird. Curse word. I like how we're rhyming so far. Scataboosh. Breaking the rhyme, but in a fun way. Dr. Vishnevsky. Oh, button? Uh-oh. Is it gonna go twice? Uh-oh, did my interface freeze up? Okay, let me refresh the page. Okay. 113 miles per hour. Fosty 254. You don't object to 2 tacticians? I mean, they're pretty strong. Voron Agrav. Let me know if you want me to pronounce that in some particular way. Darlene Ho 16. Mastermaticus. You know, at this point I've kind of like, oops, learned to say people's names in certain ways, which is sort of fun. You missed Slice the Elder? Oh no, did I? Voron wasn't selected. Oh shoot, you're right. I made an error. I read the wrong chat message that appeared in place. Apologies. This should be Slice the Elder. This one should be Slice the Elder. I made an error, but I think we're good now. I believe that's right. Slowly speaking of pronunciation, if you wish, you can abbreviate me to PB. All my friends do anyway. Can do. Would you like me to change the name to PB? I can do that as well. Apples and fruits. Plaguebird is fine as long as... Okay. Meta Wrecker. And last but not least, but certainly not last, because we're going to find more bros along the way, Dark Paladin. 037. Okay. What a squad. Rigged redraw? Okay. You can just refer to me as Miles if you like. Can do. Again, also if you'd like me to change the name in-game, I can do that. Okay. If we had someone with J in their name, it could be the dynamic duo brothers, PB and J. Okay, that would be really fun. All right, so let's talk big picture. Well, I'm glad I think you actually drew Helmfried and not me. Oh my god, did I do it again? You're right. I did. Sorry, I'm just looking for the message from the Stream Elements bot, and then I like... Okay. Please into NT. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just like glancing over at chat and missing it. Apologies for those who I picked you and then didn't pick you. Falsers, thank you for the very generous array of gift subs. Very much appreciated. For the next queue, or this one if you'd like to still get in on it. I don't think there will need to be a next queue. Slurgy's very antsy. I am excited. Okay. Yeah, we got to keep the picks honest, right? I mean, whatever the bot spits out is what I'm going to go with, period. That's just how it is. Whoops. Did the Discord get botted? I saw a bunch of... it did. It did. I had to kick and ban a user who was spamming junk. So. Helmfried. Okay, so like German. My tip or my inside, will this work for German all the time? I don't know. But if it's IE, it sounds like E. If it's EI, it's like I. And if it's the letter U, who knows? If there's two little dots above the letter, I'm out. Like, I don't know what to do. Okay. All right. Correct? Okay. I'm going to roll with it. It's official. Don't worry, Slurgy's very, very good with German. Very good. Okay, so before I talk about like what I'm going to do with the squad, let's talk a little bit about observations from last run, the final stage of necessary learning, and what I'm going to take into this run from that. Who is mostly the same as who? Can't trust it. Ich habe nein Kleid. Who knows how close or non-close that is. All right, so here's what we learned last run. Or here's the observations that I've made. There are even more enemies with really high HP values and or hit point protection than in vanilla. So, what does that mean? And what are the implications? Generally speaking, there are different ways you can approach damage. And in vanilla, as an example, if you use a hammer, strip armor, then a sword, that is an effective pairing. If you have brothers that hit the same body part, that's a pairing, right? Flails, more flails. If you have armor penetration and you just ignore the armor completely, that self-synergizes, right? So puncture and javelins with duelist in vanilla, right? In Hardened, those same things are true, but whereas in vanilla, I think there's a propensity to build for armor penetrating damage as a tool to solve most fights, given the really beefy hit point values and the fact that enemies have hit point protection, means that even with penetrating weapons, which are still fine to use, most enemies don't die until their armor is pretty much fully stripped off, right? I'm talking nimble, flexible, one with the shield, anticipation, just super high hit point values. The reality is stripping armor, then hitting the enemy is super effective. The full force brothers from last run were effective for a whole host of reasons. One of those reasons was full force itself is just really strong. And that's that's just true in isolation, regardless of my sort of elaborations here. But the other thing that, let me find a brother with hammer mastery. And, well, let me find shield mastery, actually. Exploit opening, where you're gaining all that bonus hit chance that gets expended and you lose all the stacks as soon as you land a hit, also pairs super well with hammer mastery, especially when this perk becomes necessary because you're a bunch of peasant militia with low stats. The follow-up damage then becomes only needing to deal with hit points. And so that makes sword lances, swords, and other just high damage weapons super effective. So one of the things I'm going to look to do as I'm building the squad is focus on brothers that can fulfill those two roles, and ideally that they can fulfill them in a 1-2 punch, right? So 1-2 punch, dynamic duo. I think more dynamic duos will be present in the squad because it's very effective. I underestimated how effective it would be in the last run because I really thought of it as just like the free rotation as like a save a bro if he's in danger kind of thing. But using it to set up offensive moves is something that I vastly underestimated. And to be fair, lots of people pointed it out. Just Nom pointed it out in chat. Metariker speculated on it in the Discord. There was someone, shoot, I wish I could remember your username. You literally commented on YouTube today going on about, you know, that specific idea and something that's what that person had done before. And I agree. We're going to be looking to do that if and when possible, and I think there will be opportunities in the squad to do so. Do Cleaver do good HP damage in Hardened? Yes, Cleavers will also be a good option. And I think that all of the weapons can have a place. Each weapon can still have a place with that kind of company strategy, but hammers are a pretty important part. So, what I'm going to do first is sort of roughly put brothers into categorical, like defensive group, offensive but with melee weapons, and then offensive but with ranged weapons, and then we'll put like a special people in their own little corner as well. Scanning for shield perks, but there's a few other ways I think we can build defensive brothers, right? All right, so this is a special brother. Plaguebird's going to be a defensive brother. I think that's just true. Scatabouche is probably just going to be a ranged brother. Dr. Vishnevsky. See, Dr. Vishnevsky could go either way. I'm going to put Dr. Vishnevsky in his own little special. I'm going to put him with the special people because we're going to distribute them based on the needs of the squad. Okay. Ooh, we got a hype chest. Fancy. Much appreciation for all who have subscribed. Oh, Helmfried, thank you very much. Pneumothorax Cutie, I'll be off to bed soon. Good luck to you. Well, hey, thank you. Mama's right, I am special. Yes, you are. And she is right. 113 miles per hour is, or miles, I should say. I don't like Insecure. That's too bad. Insecure is unfortunate. Probably ranged, but we'll see. We'll see. There's some flexibility here. Frosty 254. Oh, right. This brother. Oh, boy. You just woke up from the worst nightmare you ever had. Good thing the start of the run is here to comfort you. Hey, wonderful. Insecure is okay if he has the one weird perk. That's true. Does he have that? He does. Battle Fervor? Agreed. I think Battle Fervor alongside Insecure is totally fine. Yeah, from Vicious. Yep. Good call, Rufin. This one is totally fine. That dude can mill the heck out of some grain. Oh yeah, dude. And it's good to be lucky when you're working as a miller. Dangerous. Yeah, Tanky Tactician. This is a special bro. We're gonna put him in his own little world here. Slice the Elder. Probably not a ranged brother. Probably will actually be a two-handed brother. And we're going to talk about why and what I plan to do shortly. He also could use the net stuff. I would like to build a net brother. I really would. Let's put him in his own. We'll put him in the special category. Darlene Ho is going to be special category. Having leadership is, well, it changes things. It changes things. This brother's going to be tricky. This brother's going to be really difficult to build. Strength and number is going to be really important for this brother, for sure. Is Thurgy going to use chonky two-handed builds? At least some. At least some. I think I kind of have to. You see a Sword Lance bro in the making? Ay. If everyone is special, no one is? No, everyone's special. Okay, Master Maticus is probably not a ranged bro. He's probably actually going to be a defensive bro. I think the unfortunate reality of the 2 talent stars and range skill is overshadowed by the fact that he's got all this melee defense. I don't know, the low hit points, he's tough. I'm gonna put him in a in a corner. Oh, shit, this is gonna be harder than I thought. I hope you're ready for the next few hours of this. But I think it's good to like just iterate and sort of think about this piece by piece. Okay, apples and fruits, I think has the makings of like the two-handed or the shield, and he could go either way. Meta Wrecker. Kind of same thing. And then Helmfried, who I think is pretty distinctly two-hander. All right. I live for the Slurgy theory crafting? Well, good, because you're about to get a whole bunch of it. And don't be surprised if I like completely change my mind on some of these too. Like I start building it and then I change my tune. So where's our tactician? Do you only have one hammer, bro? No, we've got more than one. Do we only have 2? It might be only 2. There are other tools for stripping armor and for dealing with armor. We would like that to be higher, but I think there is compensation here that make this okay. I think there's compensation that make this okay. There really is. Yeah, like Dr. Vishnevsky is actually super good. And there's ways this can and will work for us. I think he's going to be actually... So one of the things is, based on what I described earlier, where a company strategy is going to be stripping armor, then finishing off enemies. Brothers like Dr. Vishnevsky are probably going to use two-handed hammers so that they can strip the armor of multiple enemies. Maces are decent for armor damage. They are. As are flails. Flails are pretty legit. And one nice thing about the two-handed orc flail is that you can use the dynamic duo rotation and with flail mastery attack for 15 fatigue and do a monstrous amount of damage. Just saying. Fosty 254, for example, is probably going to be another two-handed hammer brother. Dr. Vishnevsky does have dynamic duo, so he can pair with someone. I'm looking to do that if and when I can. Right, so then... Darlene Ho's going to be probably using a polearm with strength and number, and going to be the best armor we can get our hands on. This is going to be a really important brother for the squad. How many cleaver mastery do you have? That's a good question. I'm not really paying attention to that one specifically because I think cleavers can work for HP damage, but so can swords, honestly spears, even maces, sword lances, or polearm mastery. I think all those can work, right? So I think we're okay in that regard. Meta Wrecker here, I might make into a defensive brother. The starting melee skill of 48, which I realize is, actually 53, but it's a pretty tall order for this brother to put out tons of damage. What I'm kind of thinking with this brother is, does Meta Wrecker have exploit opening? He does. Any brother that has shield mastery has it. So, thoughts on a duo. One hammer, full force destroy armor piece could rotate a spear bro that gets to target the now wrecked armor to hit the HP, or is the doubly for force just better? No, exactly, Dr. Vishnevsky. You've got the right idea. Full force destroying an armor, and then spear bro, or sword, or cleaver, or whatever is totally fine. He has 3x gifted, so his melee attack is actually very high. True, right? So he's got strength and number, which is really good. But I think I like the idea of strength and number contributing to defenses alongside gifted contributing to defenses. And I think those are going to be pretty important. Suze is on edge. Apples and fruits here, I think, can totally be a defensive brother as well. I don't know that I want too many of them to be nimble. I'd like some heavy armor shield brothers. If and when possible. Or at the very least, medium armor with good initiative, and or ways of getting their initiative increasing from various ways. There are ways, right? What do you think about the new Warden perk here? We're going to look at maybe making use of Warden, but the idea behind when and where we will use Warden is going to depend a lot on how the whole company's sort of formation is going to look. And I'm going to do something similar to last time, where I'm going to try to figure out a formation that the squad wants to stand in for when enemies come to us. It will probably be different than the one last time, but there will be places for a warden potentially. I think it's a good enough perk that I want to consider it, but not so good that I feel like it's required. That's kind of where my assessment is of it. Okay, so curse word to me feels like some sort of anomaly. We have absolutely monstrous amounts of fatigue available on this brother. The strong trait, 2 talent stars, it's a farmer, has access to fruits of labor. Crazy. Only has the heavy armors. Yeah, tons of fatigue plus tactician is awesome, right? And that's the same thing that's going on with Fosty 254, right? So this brother's the same kind of thing. Fosty 254 has pretty good fatigue, and in particular has like iron lungs, right? Yeah, 2 fat stars and an iron star with the tactician. Yeah, so looking back here at curse word, the other thing too is he does have access to adrenaline. So I could ignore initiative, pump up other stats, and then take adrenaline. Also has access to medium armor though. Oh boy. There's so much to figure out here. There's so much to figure out here. There's so much to figure out here. Hope you don't overdose on theory crafting. Nah, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. The other thing too is that one of the things I actually think is interesting and kind of good that I would like to try experimenting with in this run is if I'm going to use 2 two-handed hammer bros. And where's our net bro? Or like potential net bro. Yeah, potential net bro and Slice the Elder. This makes it so that I'm kind of interested in toolbox so that if we hit enemies who are already staggered, we stun them. That seems super good. How many rotates do we have available? We always have rotate on the brothers with the powerful strikes group. And the dynamic duo from Agile. So, how many defensive brothers do we need? That's a great question. What I'm thinking for defensive brothers is I'd like to have at least like 4, but ideally 6. Probably not many more than 6. So we want throwers along with our 2-handed hammers? I think so. I think that actually can be really good. I think it can be. Because honestly, the accuracy that you can get on the ranged brothers is insane, right? As soon as you've got high ranged attack, entrenched, if they have strength in number, you know, whatever, if you've pumped their ranged attack, and the damage on a sling or bolas is not that bad. It's better than the secondary ability of the mace, and you get better target selection. So if we are going to apply stagger to enemies, why not just stun them? Why not just stun them? So it's something that I think worth considering trying, and I think probably will. Probably will. Right, so these defensive brothers are all shield type defensive brothers. Where's our Man of Steel? Here. Shit. Pretty good brother. No, he's got the heavy armor perks. He's got heavy armor. He's got it. Don't have to take Mana Steel. It's not like it's required or anything. But I do think Mana Steel is actually pretty decent. It would be one tool to kind of help protect against the armor penetrating damage. He does also have 9 lives, so you know. Hildrick, hello. Yeah, we're doing another run. You could also do the thing where you give Hold Steady to one tactician and Onslaught to another. Very true. Certainly could do that, right? Certainly could. Absolutely could. Also need to think about where and how I want to have Darlene Ho 16 in the formation. Because we've got our leadership brother here, but not a ton of natural resolve. So we're gonna have to pump up this stat and or take Rally the Troops, but then that always makes me feel like this brother needs to go in a lot of different directions, and it's tough to get what we need, I guess. Let's see. These brothers all have Agile, so they can find a partner if we want to do dynamic duos. We got a crossbow and a bowbro, right? Can he stand in front of him? Yeah, so we're gonna have... Let's see, what will this bro do? Probably just the throwing weapons. Probably just the throwing weapons. Can you use past runs to calculate the risk of the early fights compared to the amount of resources available in the early game, or is it more or less just see fight, take fight? No, I think your first way of describing that, old Zarin, is correct. We definitely can't take all fights we see early on, like definitely not. There's a lot of fights we have to dodge, like a lot of them. And then Scottaboosh, honestly, could also be a thrower or crossbow. Despite the incredible performance of the crossbow bro from last run, which was Meta Wrecker, which was pretty incredible, that was driven a lot by the plethora of unique crossbows that we found. And I do think that the best overall ranged brother from a damage perspective is still a bow bro. Even in the last run, you know, No Man 1220, who had much worse stats and only a warbow compared to Meta Wrecker, actually put out similar amounts of damage, a little less surgical, right? But had worse stats and still did pretty okay. Meta Wreck that one night. Sure did. That's true. It was a really good tool against that knight, for sure. Yeah, bows also have utility. Arrow to the knee is very useful against certain enemies. Yeah, and one of the things I'm worried about is that Brace for Impact, this perk here, whenever you move to a tile, gain 1 stack for each adjacent enemy, and take 10% less HP damage from attackers or attacks for each stack. Guess who got this perk? Orc Berserkers. So, Arrow to the knee, pretty good against Orc Berserkers. And they have this now. And I do still want to fight them. So, put a pin in that. Curse Word having Night Blind is so fascinating. Because, like, this brother could be a bow bro. But, like... Doesn't have nimble. We'll have pretty good range skill. Obviously the tactician perks are like an important thing for them to do. We could have one more ranged brother. Is the 3 stars not a bait? So if this were vanilla, I would tell you this is a bait. Right? If this were vanilla, I would tell you this is a bait. A lot of what I'm looking at when I'm deciding what kind of thing the brother's going to do are actually from these perk groups here. The stats are relevant, like absolutely relevant. But the perk groups are a bigger aspect to it. And like this brother doesn't have great perk groups to be able to do anything other than ranged attacks. Night Blind is fine with guns. Night Blind is fine with guns. That's very true. And the Tactician also is fine with guns because, you know, we would be using these skills as enemies are approaching when we're not shooting yet. So that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Yeah, the old spray and pray, a classic. A classic. So, yeah, a lot to figure out here. Slice the Elder. Let's see. Has some interesting things going on. So we've got the Trapper perks and don't have the Duelist ones. I think that can be fine. He sucks? No. No, he doesn't. Here's what I like about Slice the Elder. 3 talent stars and range defense alongside anticipation. I also think if we made this brother part of our dynamic duo, can literally pull an enemy in with the net and then just get rotated to the back. Maybe rotate an enemy in with a net, give him a smash, and then back up. So I think there's some pretty interesting stuff here. The 3 talent stars and range defense mean we can expect 45 if we pump at every level. But it'll be better than that because this brother is determined and will always, always start battles confident. Which will mean that actually this will get multiplied by 10%, an extra 10%. So we should expect this brother to have about 50 range defense, which is not only good to just not get hit in the first place, but then to be able to chunk off, you know, just sort of shrug off that damage when it happens. Actually a pretty good sensor, bro. I agree with that. But I don't think I want to build around the sensor with the starting 12 squad. I like the sensor, but I don't think it is quite strong enough and the fight is difficult enough that I'm not going to plan around it for now. Pole Flail is legit. Pole Flail is legit. I agree. I think Pole Flail is fine, but I actually think even better than the Pole Flail, honestly, is if the bro has access to Dynamic Duo, man, you're not going to beat a Berserk Chain. You're just not. The Berserk Chain is still so good. The downside to the sensor, though, is that Flail Spinner, in my experience, is a huge liability. Right? And this perk is so good, you want to take it on non-sensor brothers. You can just duo them in and out of danger, basically, right? Yeah. Yes. Absolutely can. So, Slice the Elder, we need to decide, is it worth doing the net stuff or not? I think you want to just use the basic attack, not the Reap, if you can use the sensor Reap. You want Death Dealer? Oh yeah, but I think the sensor's basically basic attack is kind of garbage. I would rather just use a Berserk Chain. Is there a list to add your name? ! Q space join. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, this brother does have Executioner. I think the Trapper perks are kind of handy. I like Anticipation for the brother. I think Anticipation works well with the net stuff. And I like Dynamic Duo for this brother. No matter how we do it. I think Dynamic Duo is pretty good. Has access to Headhunter, Battle Flow. There's some interesting stuff going on here. The net pull ability will go down to 5 AP. Doesn't have Dagger Mastery. Nice to Adventurer. Hello, Diabolic Squirrel. Yeah, I might just forego the... I probably will just forego the net perks on this brother, on Slice the Elder. I think Berserk Chain is super good. I think Berserk Chain is kind of insane. Like, I really do. It's better than vanilla. The damage is higher. Got to run to go to the local game store at some point. Be back in a bit. This looks like a great squad. Well, thank you, the Chelsea. Good luck / have fun at your local game store. But yeah, I think that like all of the flail perks are good. The brother does have plenty of things that are like pretty interesting. If you had quick hands, you could maybe get into the Berserk Chain Slam. What is where's quick hands fitting into that apples and fruits? Maybe I'm missing something. I think the brother could go flexible or nimble pretty nicely. What pairs better with anticipation? Probably flexible, honestly. I think that's true. I think that's true. Actually, is that true? I guess it really doesn't matter. I feel like either kind of work. Throw net, then swap to chain. Would need an AP perk as well. Yeah, so we've got an AP perk in Unstoppable. I see what you're saying. I think that's the tough thing, right? Because offhand training means the tool skills cost -1 action point. Throw net will go from, I guess, you know, throw net will go from 4 to 3. So if it's an enemy already engaged in melee, if he uses the dynamic duo swap to get in range, can use throw net. And then for 3 AP, and yeah, if he had quick hands, which hybridization is like quick hands. And if he gets 70 base melee skill, he gets 10 ranged defense, which is actually pretty good for anticipation. He will get there. Oh, okay. Actually, I think you're onto something. So we have to have this one. Don't have to have Angler. Kind of need Kingfisher. Oh, no, this won't work though. Because it's swapping 2 weapons. It's swapping 2 weapons. It's swapping 2 weapons. So, no, that won't work. Give him a whip then? Why whip? Why whip? What do you mean swapping 2 weapons? So hybridization doesn't work exactly like Quick Hands does. I'm fairly sure that hybridization will not allow you to swap from a net to something else. Also, I think as soon as you unequip the net, once you've got Kingfisher, you've set them free. So I don't think you can use a 2-handed weapon at all. Yeah, we'd have to go with the 1-handed plus net, which is like fine. And even the flail there is still okay. Just not that exciting. I don't feel like the net is necessary. I'd like to build a proper net bro, but I think Slice the Elder is better suited as not that. I think there's too much good stuff going on here. Whip plus net. Throw net. Free swap with hybridization, attack for 6 AP. Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. I think there's 2 ways that doesn't work. One, hybridization won't allow you to unequip the net. Just... right? It's sort of like you're unequipping a shield. Because it's just 2 weapons. The other way it doesn't work is that you can't swap away from it. Like, literally can't swap away from it with Kingfisher. And we'd have to expend nets to do it, which is why I think we just don't bother with nets. This brother doesn't have to use nets. He doesn't have to use nets. It's okay. It's okay. I think Slice the Elder is really good. I think I'll probably do something like this with him. Yeah. So what are some other big standout things from the squad? Like big picture ideas. This brother's gonna get 11 perks because he has back to basics. He's only got HP damage things. Well, Berserk Chains. Berserk Chains are really good. They're really good. Dr. Vishnevsky's also going to get 11 perks, and he's going to be able to be an absolute monster. Absolute monster. And he'll be able to see really far. You know, that's cool. Yeah, it's a good brother. This is a good brother. Fosty254 is our crazy brother here. Man. These 2 brothers are nuts. I really do want to use the hammers. Hammers are so good, and they are, I think, the only 2. So if I'm going to make use of hammers, it's going to be on these 2 brothers. Yeah, 9 starting range defense for free in this economy? Right? Yeah, these hammers are super important. These are definitely built around hammer bros in Dr. Vishnevsky and Fosty254. It's still okay for us to use the tactician perks on this brother, because we're going to be using them before the enemies make contact. Might only choose one of the 2 though. Right? Onslaught or Hold Steady. We might actually go the route where the 2 tacticians, like, so for example, Curse Word might have enough fatigue where we're okay speccing in both, but then Fosty254, we just do one of the 2, and we're happy to just like burn that early on in a fight and then hang on to whatever that one we pick, which is probably just going to be Hold Steady on Curse Word. I think that's pretty good. Any dynamic duos? Yeah, we got some dynamic duos. I haven't decided like the pairings or anything like that. We'll probably do that here soon. So yeah, these are definitely going to be hammer bros. Like, we're definitely doing full force. And I think they're going to be 2-handed hammers. Now, I do think that, unfortunately, only Fosty254 has access to Death Dealer. This is just completely cracked. This is so good. Are we finally at the point in the normal distribution? I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be a flank hammer, but it is going to be a... The reason why it works here, by the way, is because they're not really flank hammers. They're dynamic duo hammers, right? They swap into the flank, do the big attack, and then they get retreated. The reason flank hammer is not really a real build in vanilla is because when you get attacked, you accumulate fatigue. When you accumulate fatigue, you can't use the AoE. So like, there's just no benefit, right? You might still build a hammer and put them on the flank and use the AoE like once at the beginning of the fight, and that's totally fine and legitimate. But in a real fight, that's pretty much all you get is like 1 or 2. Without investing in fatigue, and then gets to be pretty questionable. So, also, the other perk that's completely insane with Dynamic Duo, which I haven't even talked about yet, is Formidable Approach. This is good with Dynamic Duo in 2 different ways. 1, enemies. Lots of spooky enemies have Formidable Approach. The second bullet point here. Moving next to an enemy that has less maximum hit points than you removes first one. It's the second part of the first one. Moving next to an enemy grants plus 15 melee skill against them until they damage you or you move away from each other. So like, you can just use Dynamic Duo to move a brother away, and then the enemy loses their Formidable Approach. Right? Unlike, the risk of attacking them and then missing, and it's like, uh-oh, that's bad. We can also use it to grant Formidable Approach and refresh it for free every turn. Super good. Was really hoping that this brother would have access to that as well, like Dr. Vishnevsky, and just doesn't. Helmfried does, right? And there is an AoE attack on great swords. That exists. So Helmfried may be able to make use of that. I think the powerful strikes are super strong. Yeah, unfortunately, enemies are rarely confident or have less HP than you. Yeah, it's true. Enemies almost never have less HP than you. And realistically, if the enemies are confident, something bad happened. So like this brother has access to Death Dealer and Formidable Approach, which makes up for a lot of lack of melee skill, letting us invest the points elsewhere. Or we do a build around the Necrosavant Lord AoE Cleaver. True. I mean, or the Barbarian Madman Cleaver, which is totally reasonable, right? They do the same thing. Totally reasonable to do that. Greatsword build, you love greatswords even if they aren't the best. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. So I don't know. I think there's potential there with a cleaver, honestly. They're great, not pretty good. They're great. Okay, so I'm just sort of kind of, going to keep iterating and looking and iterating and looking and iterating and looking. All right, so Darling Ho 16. Obviously, we're going to make use of Inspiring Presence. This brother then is going to need to have as much resolve as we can get away with. Just will need it because of the nature of how Inspiring Presence works. You've never seen the Necrolord Cleaver? What is it, like a two-handed Kopesh? Cleaver? It's the same type of attacks as the Barbarian Madman Cleaver. It's the 6 AP attack, and it's got like a line attack. I think the damage is a little bit higher than the Barbarian Cleaver, but less armor pen? I don't remember for sure. Yeah, and it has the split ability. All right, so this brother is like super good, but there are some things I'm worried about. We need to get this resolve bumped up nice and high. We've got strength and number, and I think that's the only resolve buffing thing we have other than rally the troops, which then lets us use the Sergeant Sash. I think that's worth. I don't think this brother necessarily equips the company's banner, though he could, especially with quick hands. Yeah, Gifted could do it, right? Gifted is pretty good. Gifted can give us resolve and other stats. But the polearm perks are super good. Long reach I definitely want to take. Polearm mastery and leverage feel even more important, though long reach is almost for sure gonna make the cut as well. Finesse, I think will make it so we can actually use some of the reap abilities and other things like that. We could do a weapon master to make the bro more flexible. We would gain access to throwing mastery, spear mastery, and cleaver mastery. That would be all right. I think it's not totally unreasonable to even have a actually, the banner is only a polearm, right? Because I want to say, like the Goblin Skewer, for example, is a spear slash polearm, which is kind of interesting. So we could, for example, use like a Sword Lance Reap, weapon swap to Goblin Skewer, and attack for free. Right, like no fatigue cost anyway. Banner with a pocket two-handed cleaver. Yeah, I think we want to avoid this brother getting into melee though, as much as we can. Oh, that's right, Choppy Cat. Damn, I always forget about that. That's right, it's a hybrid weapon type. You're right. So the only thing that would be valid would be like the, whatever that thing's called, the regular two-handed spear. Yeah, not a huge fan of that. Sped him that thing. That's right. Okay. But if you already have the polearm perks, you're fine, right? Yeah, I just mean, what I was thinking is, the spear flurry, to make it cost no fatigue, would require us to allocate that perk. Right, because Weapon Master won't actually help us there. I also just really like Decisive. It's just like a crazy good, it's just crazy good. Who wants more initiative to build up less fatigue and deal more damage? I do. So this brother's getting spread already in like a bajillion different directions, as you can see, which is a problem. Decisive on a rotate bro. Yeah, so we probably wouldn't take rotation. We'd want to rely on it elsewhere. The other thing to consider is that how much will Inspiring Presence help us in this squad? Less so than when our shield bros were reliably starting the turn in melee contact with the enemy. So, does Weapon Master require all the weapon perks to be spent on the same weapon? I don't think so. So you're saying like, what if instead, I see what you're saying. So like, what if it were allocated like this instead? Yeah, that's a good question. What if it's allocated like this instead? Weapon Master's such a... This is why I kind of don't like the hybrid weapons from a design perspective. When you equip a weapon whose perk group you have access to, gain the first, second, or third perk in that weapon's perk group if you have the corresponding perk group in another weapon's perk group, regardless of its tier. So you might actually be right. Or onto something there, apples and fruits. So if the brother were allocated like this, for example, he would still get leverage as long as he has a pure polearm equipped. But then as soon as he swaps to the hybrid version, reverts back to whatever normal perks they had to begin with, and would have, you know, Spear Flurry, and would lose leverage, but that's fine, because this is only relevant for the first polearm attack. Yeah, that's fine, right? So we would do the first attack with not that, and then swap to the other one. You can only swap once per turn, though, so it's not like we could swap back to prepare for the next round of combat. I don't think that'll be worth. I think we just stick with a polearm through and through. Yeah, the second turn would just be odd. Like it'd be uncomfortable. Yeah, this is a tough brother, right? We definitely would want Death Dealer. I think Finesse plus Polearm Mastery makes for some really, really powerful play. 62 starting melee skill is really good. 113 miles per hour. Thank you for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Yeah, we do want to have the banner out. Just in general. Man, this brother needs to... I don't know. We want all these perks. We want all these perks. Could invest less in fatigue and just have them be a Inspiring Presence banner and then really pump resolve. Right, so do something like this. Not really invest in fatigue really at all. And I think that would be okay. Oh yeah, so no Death Dealer. So then we get one more perk. Library gets him 2 more perks potentially. I mean... Yeah, so then suddenly we have like a free perk, right? This bro already generates crazy value. Oh, for sure. Could still take Weapon Master for whips and bolas. Bolas would be tricky. Just from the perspective of his ranged attack. I mean, it's like pretty high at base, but I still don't think it'll be reliable enough. Could take Weapon Master for whip though, but that would require also having quick hands, right? So would need to have Weapon Master and quick hands. That feels like a big ask. I'm gonna look at trying to get whip disarms on one bro, but I don't think this is that bro. You don't need quick hands? It's, well, that's true. Assuming we get the... Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I don't think this bro is going to be the one to do it, though, most likely. I mean, it could be. He'll be in a good central position to do it, but let's consider other options. I want one whip bro, because I do think that's good. I think whips... There are certain enemies where whips are super useful. Necrosavant Lords. Hello. Jello! You really want to disarm those guys. But Hedge Knights, Orc Warlords, probably some other enemies, all have that Savage Strength perk, which means you can't disarm them, which sort of sucks. So like one bro that has disarm available to them I think is really high value, but probably we would just leave it at 1, I think. Yeah, access to it is great. Using it as a primary I think is a little underwhelming, but access to it is great. I think it's a good way of putting it. We'll see. There may be a way we can do it. Even on one of the frontline shield bros, right? Because what they could do on their turn, instead of like attacking and then using Brotate to set up the other bro, they could use Brotate, remove crowded from themselves, or at least more or less, right? They won't be as crowded because enemies won't be next to them, and then use the whip. Could be relevant. Maybe you can take a brother who can disarm twice in one round. Is that possible? It's possible if they get some other like AP perk, like Unstoppable, but the fatigue cost to that is really high. So possible, but unreasonable maybe. Another run, another run. I mean, if we were to have a whip brother or one source of whips, excuse me. Could be Helmfried, could be Plaguebird. What's the strat? I missed the entire stream. Build a squad. Just a bunch of naked dudes? Just a bunch of naked dudes. Just a bunch of naked dudes hanging out. One other interesting thing that I think is possible to do with this brother is if I wanted, he could still be a brother who builds defensively as part of the phalanx, and instead of applying the Inspiring Presence to a few bros on like the side of the formation or in an arc, could be one that stands in the front and just gives it to two brothers directly adjacent to him. I don't think that's what I'm going to do, but on a different brother that could have been a reasonable option if they didn't have as good melee skill as this brother does at 62. So okay. So Scottaboosh and Miles here. Scottaboosh could be crossbow, could also be the throwing weapon. And Curse Word could be made into a gunner. Has such monstrous secondary stats, really can. Man. Absolute monster. Curse Word's an absolute monster. 70 starting HP. Literally a high, literally a max roll. Only the heavy armor is fascinating. Just crazy. What a wild brother. Okay. Yeah, one of the tough things about our front line of shield bros is it's a lot of light armor or medium armor and no battle forged, which is too bad. Hey Slurgy, have a good stream. Hope you get good rolls, and may this be the run. Hey, may this be the run. But regardless, there's still really nice tools here. Just don't fail to dodge? Yeah, just don't get hit. Yeah, flexible with heavyish armors is still pretty solid. It's just not going to be quite as durable as last time, which is probably fine. It's probably fine. Okay, so let's look at these two brothers, and in particular, let's start with Miles here. If you don't have more damage than last time, you don't need as much defense. I mean, true. If the enemies are dead, your defense is basically infinite. Like they'll never kill you if they're dead first. True. True. Hard to disagree. Oh yeah, does anyone here have the vicious perk group? Damn, that's really too bad. Only Master Maticus. One of the things I was looking at doing was a brother who has like light armor here, like nimble. Nimble plus brace for impact on a brother who has a pairing with a dynamic duo. Actually super strong, right? How do you mark the talents you're going for? It's from Plan Your Perks. I'm just right clicking on them. So it's a mod that lets you sort of plan out builds. Hey, you're welcome. All right, so going back to Miles here. I like the throwing weapons here. I legit think that Toolbox can be super useful. The king is back on the throne. The toilet is over that way. It's on the other side of that wall. Yeah, Toolbox is pretty cool, and I think Toolbox with with blunt type throwing weapons is wonderful. Holy Midwestern joke, holy Midwestern joke. I also think that combo is pretty good with throwing weapons, because the different throwing weapons have different names for their things. No stars in range attack though? Yeah, right? That's true. That's true. But he has entrenched. He doesn't have great offensive potential either. Also a chicken, unfortunately. Also a chicken, unfortunately. If I wanted to not build him as a ranged brother... Oh yeah, we picked 9 lives. I don't know. You're right, Choppy Cat. In fact, let's go ahead and mark 9 lives on every single brother that has access to it, because obviously we're picking that. That's just a given. That's an automatic. Searoy7, thank you for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Chicken has to take the chicken perk tax. Chicken's got to take the chicken perk tax. Battle fervor. I mean, don't have to make this a ranged bro. Maybe I shouldn't. Right? Maybe I shouldn't. I could just make it like curse word and Scottaboosh. Maybe better not to, right? And this brother would be another flail boy. Small target available on the flail is really good. Is one-hand axe disarming an option? It's okay. It's okay. Pole Mace is cool. You have the plus 25% hit chance, so you get a lot of free dazes. You have the plus 25% hit chance. What? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Oh, head hit chance. Oh, sure. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not so excited about it, but I think it's fine. Pole Mace is nice utility with Shockwave. That's true. That's very true. But this brother doesn't have that. So he doesn't have the Mace perk group. But I agree with the things you were saying, just in general. Okay, so do I feel good about just having the 2 ranged brothers? Because one of the things the team really does need is enough ranged potential to be able to reliably bait enemies out of their little hidey holes. Do we not have a single brother who can really attack with a bow? Is that true? No, Curse Word can. But he's night blind. He just doesn't do that at night. He just doesn't do that at night. Flails are just flaccid maces. Change my mind? No, you're right. Man, he doesn't have good... Yeah, I don't know. Do we have a Chaucer? We do not. The Chaucer is not in the bro pool. Maybe we just don't take night fights? I mean, that's also fine. Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one to figure out. No, the Chaucer by day 50 we re-roll. No, we'll just find him. We'll just find him. No, I do want to make this a defensive brother, I think. Despite the low hit points, I think if we were to eventually shove like 1 piece of Ejirok armor on this brother with Brace for Impact and 9 lives and Nibble, even with a pretty low hit point value, he's got 1 with the shield. I think he's actually probably pretty okay. He'll be more defensive than it might first appear. He's just a little guy. And he's determined. I don't know. This brother's pretty good. I think Master Maticus is pretty good, and I don't think I want to make him a ranged brother, despite the fact that he has a ranged perk group and 41 range skill with 2 talent stars. Defensively, he can use a sword, right, and just use On Guard, which is pretty alright. Would Cheap Trick plus Handgun work if you wanted him to charge you? Why would we use Cheap Trick plus Handgun, though? Because that makes it just do less damage. Just like to get the hits. The problem is like the range isn't quite good enough, even with Take Aim. So I don't think so. We aren't doing any Phalanx or Shield Sergeant in this run? No, we probably will. We're going to have to rely on more than just the Phalanx to not let enemies have reach advantage. But I think this second clause within the Phalanx perk, Shield Wall does not expire at the start of your turn if an adjacent enemy is also using Shield Wall, is just so good that I think Phalanx is still really, really solid. We're gonna run a double Shield Sergeant for Shield Wall plus? We could. But no, I think Phalanx is still gonna happen, like on these brothers. And are they our only real choices? One other way of building Dr. Vishnevsky, I suppose, is he could be Potentially. A parry bro with one-handed hammer. Phalanx proved to be a bad omen last night. Can we change the name to Succeed Lanx? Back for a minute. It looks like we found our squad. I think so. I think we found our squad. And you're in it. Meta Wrecker, you did get pulled. Classic night owl drunkard. Up all night partying, but still ready to fight. Yeah, so like this brother... Yeah, boy. Is it just me or is Meta Wrecker always a drunkard? You'd have to ask him. If it isn't the run, you're blaming Meta Wrecker? Solid. I'm good having two of these brothers being light armor, because we get the two different pieces of the Idjarok armor, and I feel really, really good about putting the Idjarok armor on Nimble Brothers. I think that's crazy strong with all of the different defensive perks. So if I were to do it that way, man, Apples and Fruits only has light armor. Master Maticus has low hit points, which makes me want to do it, but I guess could go medium armor. Yeah, we do. There's quite a few Idjarok hat, one with the shield combo bros. So one entirely, one way of doing this entirely is to completely... boy. Let's take a look at these brothers one more time. The full perk group. On Plaguebird, one of the things that sucks is how many spooky enemies have... like cleavers and bleeds. Are you building a duo? Then you can find a guy with Abrasive Impact and Nimble. Yeah. Yeah, we've got Brace for Impact here on Master Maticus, right? So he's going to be part of a duo. He's going to have someone pair with him, but yeah. But I've already pretty much marked that and determined that for this brother, right? And he's got one with the shield here. So we could do the Idjarok body armor. And then he'd have to be part of a phalanx. The other way of doing it, of course, would be one with the shield and then heater shield, Idjarok helmet. Either one. I think either one can be good. Sweetness new run, sweetness new run. So then that's a pretty pitiful looking phalanx of bros who are standing next to each other. And keeping that permanent shield wall up. Maybe pitiful is a pretty strong word, huh? The duoing will mess with phalanx? Yeah, it can. It depends. I think there's ways of doing it where we could position the duos in ways that don't have to mess with it, but it does limit our flexibility, for sure. It limits the flexibility pretty substantially. Random heater shields that we find from the environment also can get +5 resolve, which is pretty sweet. It's gonna make, that strategy though, makes it really, really hard to get sufficient range defense to get 3 attacks on the enemy where they're not able to return fire, like we were able to do in the last run. Excuse me, I keep burping. And that feels really important. So but I don't think it's unreasonable to have brothers with dynamic duo and the phalanx where you can make it work. I think there's ways you can position it to make it work pretty okay. I think that's true. I think that's just true. Could we use duo on a ranged brother to bait enemies? Probably. We absolutely could. But then you don't get the benefit of like being flexible with the duo, not as much anyway, right? Because you use the duo just to bait them, but then I think the rotations after combat lines meet is like really, really limited. So it's possible, but you need enough phalanx such that you take 1 out of the middle, both sides, still have enough to keep the wall up. Right, so you could either, right, I like the idea of a formation that has a hole, like in the center, and, you know, a formation with a hole in the center lets you get like arcs for attacks with AoE weapons like hammers and sword lances. Also lets you do things like set up a little hole for if you had a net brother to like shoink, pull enemies in, and then just like beat the crap out of them. So you'd put something like, you know, for example, 2 duos, not necessarily dynamic duos, but like 2 groups of 2 that are like phalanx with shield, and then behind that, you know, you've got your sort of backline, and you keep like a little gap in the center, and you let enemies sort of fill in there. I think that's pretty good actually, but I don't know if the team's gonna necessarily be able to do that. That was kind of what Vanilla Spear Bros. Yeah, exactly, Trash Comps. Exactly. Exactly. So, man, building squads in this mod is so tough. And this is necessary. All of this stuff I'm doing right now, truly necessary. Because all of our stat level ups are dependent on it. So it's tough, but it's cool. Yeah, it's tough, but it's cool. It's tough, but it's cool. Hi, Slurgy, greetings from the Lurk. I'm not able to catch up with the VOD's new run. I assume the run? Well, definitely Yellow Rocket 9999. This is obviously the run. Duh. But yeah, I do think it's interesting if Master Maticus were to... I wonder. Let me do a little thinking, a little cooking, a little... I've got maybe some idea here that might be pretty okay. Did you feel enlightened after last night's Slay the Spire stream for top level Spire play? Oh man, did anyone watch that? What's his name? Japanese Export? Who's like a pretty good, I don't think he's a world record holder, but I think he's almost a world record holder, very strong player. Basically just like coached me through a silent run that was it was very enlightening. My understanding of silent is incomplete, to say the least. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I'm really glad, thank you, Japanese Export. Shout out Japanese Export. He basically coached me through the entire run, and it was cool. It was really fun. What you learned from yesterday was always force discard on silent. I think that's what his advice would be, and boy, I think it's probably pretty accurate. Yeah, I mean, I've done decks like that, but I would not have gone for it in Act 1, thinking that it was too important to fight elites. Anyway. But that was just sort of working knowledge from a different era of Spire. I haven't followed, what the strong players are doing. It was fascinating. Okay, I've got some things cooking. I've got some things cooking here. Okay. Are you going to post it to YouTube? It's on YouTube. It's just under the live section of the channel. I haven't cut that into recorded, uploaded, playlisted content like I do with the Battle Brothers runs. Maybe I should, but I haven't. Okay, so my idea here that I'm sort of rocking and rolling with, that I'm kind of looking at excitedly, is that I can still do a little mini phalanx, a little baby phalanx right in the center where those brothers still take shield expert and they just get the permanent shield wall, and that will probably be, well, now hold on. No. I think I know how I'm going to do this. Right, so some sort of thing. It doesn't have to be symmetric or anything, but the two bros on the edges where the future plan long term, and they'll have a duo with them where Master Maticus is going to let enemies get surface area on him, and I think we'll be totally okay with that because we're going to take shield expert and is going to use On Guard, and with the swapping with Brace for Impact, 9 lives, nimble, and 1 with the shield, the Idurok armor honestly should be totally fine. Oh no, what happened to the other one? We tripped. And so he's going to have a heater shield. You wish you had any idea what's going on in this mod, but it's Battle Brothers, so count me in. Yeah, well, fair enough. Me too. On the other side, Apples and Fruits is going to be fairly similarly set up. Boy, we need more resolve on this brother, though. Small target's pretty crazy with that specific. Yeah, small target's pretty good. Although I don't know that small target is quite as necessary with one with a shield. He's using a heater, right? Yeah, he's using a heater. Or, yeah, he'll be using a heater. No, we're okay with getting... no, you're right. You're right. Yes. Yeah. And we've got Underdog on the other side here. And then ways of just getting like a bunch of hit points. The problem is just resolve. I don't have great tools for resolve on either of these bros, and they're not like wonderful defensively. Yeah, heaters get the shield push. This brother's just got like good base resolve and determined. This brother doesn't. Any of the brothers who are going to have Agile plus Vigorous could have Exude Confidence, which would help. Yeah, Bolster is a tool, Exude Confidence is a tool. Both of those are potentials. Boy, I'm gonna throw out something completely crazy. I've got maybe even something on apples and fruits that I can't believe I'm saying out loud. What if Spear? The Goblin Spear is a sword spear. Or, excuse me, is a dagger spear. He doesn't have dagger mastery, never mind. What am I talking about? Yeah, there's a sword dagger and a spear dagger. Nah, that's not gonna happen. But I don't think... I think I maligned spears a little bit. I think they can still be okay. You just want to make it so that the spear bro is effective in attacking, and you've got the armor stripping, and then spear wall is just like a tool you can use some of the time. So I think they're probably still potentially more usable than I initially I wrote them off maybe a little bit prematurely because they aren't good against the same enemies, but they can still be okay. Orc warriors don't have shield expert. There's some play for spears, probably. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we'll keep building. I'll be back in just a moment. I am back. Okay. Oh, that sparkler's empty. I gotta crack another one. So yeah, looking at the edge of the formation, I was hoping to either have... Well, now let's take a look. Are there any brothers who could be... What am I planning for Helmfried? Oh yeah, he's one of the few with powerful strikes. From the perspective of finding a rotation friend. I wonder. Oh man. Nah, this bro isn't quite good enough. We had a really good bro. We could do something. Okay. There's some that I'm looking for. It'll make sense in a second. We just don't quite have it in a place where I also... Where I don't have something else I need to do with the brother. Man. They're still naked? Do you miss anything good? How's the team looking? I mean, they're strong. They're just still naked. And before we get a new bro on day 6, need to redo... we shouldn't need to redo our theory crafting. I think any new bros... We'll be able to like fit into the team. We're not gonna like totally rebuild from a new bro. Man, if only Dr. Vishnevsky weren't so good. Spread the love a little. Yeah, we're still a little naked here. Still a little naked. Attempt 4? Yeah, attempt 4. No, Humphrey just quite isn't there. Apparently Menace is out though. It's out for like people who signed up for the pre-beta thing, which I did not. I'm gonna play it. I'm just gonna have to like stream some of this and some of Menace once it comes out. It officially hits, I think, February 5th. I won't be able to play it right away, but a couple days later I will be able to. So what if, let's see. When I read my stats on my phone, I thought it was 50-70. You pressed the bro, rolled 62 with -5 for drunk. Low roll's a bummer. Yeah, but I think this brother is still going to be, I think your brother's still going to be really good. Really important part of the squad for sure. I want just a little more frontline for the squad, like just a little more beef. We just don't have... I need... We need just a little bit more beef, you know? Just a little tiny bit of baby beef. Just a little baby beef, you know? I want one more frontline brother. One more bro for the shield wall. Beef initiated. Hey Slurgy, you suck? Yeah. True. Yeah, where am I gonna find this? Where am I gonna find what I need? This squad is good. We've got like 1 or 2 little holes. We'll pick up extra bros, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, we will, like, eventually. I think the thing about getting bros is we shouldn't expect them to come as early as they did in the last run, but you can pretty reliably count on them to come eventually, because if you don't get the bro events, you get the other events. They go on cooldown. You'll get it. It's pretty inevitable. It really is. But Scaramouche has to be ranged. That's tough. Yeah, finding good frontliners is a real struggle. It really is. The problem with Helmfried here is just fatigue. Otherwise, like, this brother could be really good. He gets an extra perk. Maybe this brother will work. What I'm looking at here is I don't think that apples and fruits is going to have enough resolve where I'm comfortable putting him sort of that front line, a little bit lonesome, like we're going to be doing with Master Maticus, right? I just don't, he doesn't have the resolve perks, even though, yes, we will have some ways of making it better. I don't feel comfortable quite with that. However, I think Helmfried, especially with Back to Basics and the extra perk, could do it. He might get fat sometimes. Helmfried, sorry, I keep mispronouncing it. Because he's gluttonous. That's okay. I am too. And I'm wondering if this bro actually does our Indom parry shenanigans. Actually, hold up. Let's go back here. Ah, shoot. Actually, there's something I should be looking for. Hold on. Damn. Now we're gonna make this work, I think, on Helmfried. And then we'll have 3 shield bros in front. These 2 bros kind of on the edges. And then we'll sort of, yeah, we'll make this work. We'll make this work. Right, so this brother is going to have, eventually, right, the weird plan here is, again, Idurok helmet. Or excuse me, gosh. Idurok body. No, but this guy's got, I don't think so. Idurok helm. And we don't bother with one with a shield. Or small target. No, I don't like it. Yeah, superstitious event timers redone. Small target, almost halving the chance to be hit in the head seems really nice. It does. It's a really strong perk. It's a really strong perk. But like, I think the way the bro is built, I think he's okay, as is. One of the things I was hoping to see was if I had one of these bros with Swift Strikes and Vigorous and Trained, but there just isn't one. And I could do the permanent indom shenanigans, which is still really strong, like really strong. Especially paired with the Idrock armors. But there just isn't a bro with that combination. Could put you in the middle with Warden, then you wouldn't need Underdog. Yeah, what does Warden even look like? This? What does Warden? What's the... that one. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. But it only protects like a little bit here and here. Is your dog? No, yeah, Susie was sitting there. Susie was sitting there just outside of camera. She heard Mango barking upstairs, so she went to get him. My wife's out at like a happy hour, so Mango is borking up there occasionally because he misses her. Yeah. He could come down here, and he might at some point. And he'll come down and be like, hey. Did you know mom's gone and it's evening and she's supposed to be here? It's like, yeah, buddy, I know. He'd be like, okay, I'll check back again in an hour. It protects the two behind from HP damage too, right? Yes, but only, so let's read the text from Warden. Right? So, adjacent allies take 30% less damage from attacks from enemies that are adjacent to you. Whenever an adjacent ally takes damage, move to the next position in the turn sequence. Does not work while fleeing. So it protects them from the enemies adjacent to you. So I kind of feel like Warden is best on, honestly, like the bros that are like way on the edges, to sort of protect a more vulnerable ally from all the enemies that are surrounding them. It's still like an okay perk, but I don't know. But it could be okay to protect these two brothers, right? Like it would help, at least somewhat. Especially if this brother is using On Guard, right? Because Warden protects the two next to Apples and Fruits from being attacked from the enemies that are like in these two spots, and they don't want to attack Apples and Fruits. They'll be less incentivized because he's using Riposte. Riposte giving like good bonus stats and stuff. Enemies are sort of forced to attack him. It's cute. Pseudo-taunt? Pseudo-taunt? Like anti-taunt? I don't know. Got already marked Death Dealer and Formidable Approach on this brother. Is there any world where I feel like... No, I don't. Well... No. Man, I don't know. I'm feeling lost. I'm starting to struggle. Starting to struggle. So these 3 bros in a phalanx. This bro gets extra perks. Damn. Humphrey, you don't think he has the fatigue for DPS? I mean, that's true too. He doesn't have the fatigue for DPS or defense. Actually, if anything, he has more fatigue for DPS. Unless he's just relegated to simply using On Guard each turn, which is fine. He can use Fresh and Furious for fatigue management. Well, that's true. Which means the blue skip turn button, but I'm okay with that. I've accepted that the blue skip turn button can be a part of my life. I've accepted it. For the longer fights, it's acceptable. We can build the blue skip turn button into the strategy for some of our brothers, and that's okay. You may wonder why I keep saying this like I'm trying to convince myself. I am. Where are you and what happened to Slurgy? True. Okay, crazy new idea. Crazy new idea. Back to Sword on Helmfried. Dr. Vishnevsky, who is so good. And I was originally thinking Anticipation. Base, range defense of 9. Parry, full force, hammer. What if? Why do we get this humorous visual of Slurgy talking to a therapist? Anything's possible. Has access to pretty good tools for defenses. This guy has perks to get almost endless Indom. He does, but I think that he's one of my 2 hammer bros. He's one of the 2 hammer bros, so like, doesn't seem right to not take advantage of that. And he doesn't have the AoE things for... So then I wonder if Cleaver Mastery would make more sense. Because that AoE... Small target with flexible and Ijirok chest with super light helmet is kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like flexible plus the Ijirok armors is relatively underwhelming. I kind of think like what's going on here with Master Maticus is way better. Oh yeah, he wants small target. Right, like I think the reduced hit point damage to the body, reduced hit point damage from Brace for Impact, reduced hit point damage from Nimble. He isn't gonna have Indom, but I think that's already enough stacking that like it's totally okay. What combination of Battleforge, Nimble, and Flexible is best, I wonder? A mix. A mix. You like the chest on a flexible indom spammer with a light hat and some mitigation for head damage? It's okay. I just feel like the reality of the fact that all of the regeneration multiplies with each form of hit point damage reduction is so strong. It's so strong. It's so strong. Yeah, I just wish this brother had Nimble. Weirdly enough, I kind of wish Dr. Wisniewski had Nimble. That's not even true. He's got all this initiative. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. Man. His brother is so good. This is tough. All of the squad is like good, but this is a hell of a puzzle to figure out. So these bros all get a dynamic duo. This bro doesn't, so he needs to get the dynamic duo from someone else. So that has to be Slice the Elder, which I think is fine. And Dr. Wisniewski can dynamic duo. No, maybe we keep trying to make. I'm gonna stick to this idea I had earlier. Still gonna use the two-handed hammer, even though he doesn't have the crazy AoE abilities. Right? Not having yeah. It makes this a lot harder. It makes it a lot harder. Like a lot harder. Yeah, I don't know. Parry just... Enemies are gonna get... I don't know. Maybe it's fine, right? I mean, I think once we've got... Steel Brow, Fortified Mind, Colossus, Indom. And we say this guy will have the Ejirok body. Helmet here on Master Maticus. And Ejirok body on... Oh, whoops. This is Helm Fried, right? What am I doing? Oops. Helmfried. Yes. Could totally... Oh man, doesn't even have the shield perks. Damn, I was gonna say he could have Rebuke. He can't even have Rebuke. And there's no guarantee at what range defense he'll end up with. 34 on average, but like, is that enough? I'm not sure. His name was Slurgy? That's right, his name was Robert Paulson. His name was Harambe? Oh man. Rest in pieces, Harambe. Like, is this brother defensive enough? Colossus helps a lot. He actually does have decent resolve, so that's good. Right, so we don't lose too much by just wearing like a super light helmet. And we'll have Steel Brow, which I think Steel Brow plus Nimble plus Colossus plus the regen from the armor, I think we'll be fine. The body armor actually is like super, super durable. I kind of wish this brother had small target. What weapon on him? Sword. And he would just use riposte. That could be a man with a dagger sword. Now, we're not going to get good between the ribs with it, though. Nimble sort of sucks for the armor durability. Yeah, you know, here's what I found. It really doesn't matter that much. We're going to get plenty of tools. I think as long as the bros don't get hit too often. And it's not so bad on the Idjarok armors to just have one body armor that's the Idjarok piece and the other that's super light. You end up not taking that much extra armor damage from the second bullet point here. So I don't think it's so bad. His brother could even potentially take flexible to increase the durability of the armor, because he's gonna have really good base initiative kind of no matter what here. I wish this brother had the laborer perk group, but he's a tailor. How's our theory crafting going? Still crafting. Flexible kind of needs relentless. I think especially with riposte. We do have it. Now we got both. We have both skirmisher and relentless available on this brother. And skirmisher would be, yeah, very specifically good. But yeah, I agree. I agree that one of those is necessary. If we're gonna bother to grab flexible, we grab one of those alongside it. Luckily, back to basics means this brother gets like literally a whole ass extra perk. Just a whole extra perk. Pretty nice. It has to be one from earlier in the perk tree, but I think that's fine. It's too bad that Resilient no longer reduces the damage from bleeds. That's actually pretty nice for this kind of brother who could be put in danger from cleavers. But the nice thing is, if we've got him paired with a brother that has dynamic duo, then we can use the dynamic duo. Someone else can put a bandage on them, like once they're in the back, and then they come back out to the fighting, which is kind of cute, right? So that can make it so that cleavers don't cause as much of an issue with the bleeding. You know? I think that actually very well could be relevant. Like, for real. Yeah, Resilient is more of a, it was more of a buff for enemies than for you. So, yeah, if I were to do, what I'm worried about with this brother is just that we low roll range defense. But I don't mind making a parry bro if we're gonna spam Indom. I'm just gonna need to get more fatigue on this brother. We're gonna have resolve kind of sorted with fortified mind. That's gonna help a lot. Initiative doesn't need to go higher. Makes me a little bit tempted by flexible still. Colossus is helping hit points. Melee skills helped out by On Guard. No, there's yeah, parry is only one-hand sword. Yeah, parry's only a one-handed sword. Riposte can be used on a two-handed sword. But I don't think... Like the Kriegsmesser, for example, is a cleaver sword, but I don't think this bro is quite good enough for that. I don't think the bro is quite good enough for that. I really don't. $27 on the cube. Now, for what it's worth, I pick randomly, Aggie. So you've got, you know, a chance. So, I mean, if I were to go with a two-handed sword, we just lose out on so much defenses. You know, from sweeping strikes, you can just do an attack, gain the melee defense. The problem there, though, is just that, like, we don't have enough action points to do an attack, or fatigue, to do an attack, then riposte, then indom. The big thing about Kriegsmeister with riposte is the enemies really don't want to attack that, but if he's the only attackable target, it doesn't matter. Right, yeah, exactly. I think so. But I think I want it to be... Like, if I'm using riposte, I do want the enemies to attack that target. Like, I think it gets more value by making it disadvantageous for the enemies to attack it. Like, they kind of have to. I don't want to use riposte just as a... spending fatigue only to be like, don't attack me, attack someone else. That doesn't feel like as efficient of a use of it. As much as possible, I want to avoid that. Like, I don't want to use the skill in that way. If I'm using riposte, I want it to be like, you don't have a choice. Attack me, you fools. So like Warden riposte? Yeah, so like Warden riposte. But yeah, I think this brother probably can be strong enough, but only after we have the Idrak body armor in play. I think that's probably just going to be true. And would this bro eventually be our lightning sword? Man, that doesn't seem very good. Maybe dodge? He could grab dodge, right? I don't think dodge is unreasonable if he's on the edge of the formation, but enemies are going to surround him. Right? So he's only going to get so much dodging. The start initiative is, oh, I'm probably not going to put a single point in this. It's the base value of 114 that's pretty nice. The base value of 114 initiative is really nice. I don't think the talent star is... I think it's sort of a trap. Like, I might take a high roll, but I wouldn't count on it. We're mostly going to pump melee defense, range defense every single level, and then we're going to high roll hit points, resolve, fatigue, melee skill. We just don't have the luxury of putting points into initiative, I think, on this brother. The best dodges are the ones you don't have to make. True. Yeah, he needs a lot of stats. He needs like a lot of stats. Yeah, we can skip +1 melee defense rolls. That's true. We can skip the +1 melee defense rolls because parry makes up for it. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, I mean, I do think it is not unreasonable to go like this. I think Relentless is still probably the play. I don't know, maybe we don't wait that often. We could just not wait. I like the idea of being able to recover after getting stammed out and then maybe being put higher in the turn order. You think with Indom, you basically always just Indom, you can't wait. Yeah, if we were to build like this, right? Yeah, Skirmisher pretty good with the heavy chest and light hat, for sure. On our recover turns, we get the waiting debuff. Maybe that's fine though, because the brother recovers a bunch of fatigue and thus initiative. So it probably is Skirmisher and not Relentless. This bro might be defensive enough. I mean, if we're looking at this bro like holistically, like look at what we've grabbed. Every single perk is defensive. Duelist, like mildly not defensive, but still basically defensive, right? Still a little defensive when it comes to reach. Every single other perk is defensive. Every single other perk. Maybe this brother will be safer than I'm giving him credit for. We're not going to be able to take very many good melee skill rolls, so he's going to miss a lot. So what? So what? Sometimes you miss. He's going to be great till he's disarmed. Well, the nice thing about him getting disarmed is on the turns where he's disarmed, we can dynamic duo and just leave Dr. Wisniewski there. Right? So that's the nice thing about dynamic duo is in those situations, we can just simply use the other part of their duo, and I think it will be Dr. Wisniewski. Right? I think that's what's going to go on here. And I think it's necessary that this guy is part of a duo. I think that'll just be necessary. Same thing with Master Maticus. He's going to have to be part of a duo. And so that'll be Slice the Elder because, again, no other choice there. And then these brothers can and will also be part of duos because I really, really, truly think it is like the best way of getting rid of that. There are just so many enemies with Formidable Approach. Just have to get rid of it. Just have to get rid of it. It's too important. It's too important. And if like, you know, the clause of until they damage you, like if we attack them and miss, oh, that feels so bad. They're just gonna, those enemies who have Formidable Approach do so much damage. They do so much damage, right? Can't let that happen. Can't let it happen. Can't let it happen. Okay, so I think this kind of makes sense with these bros here and here. I think I like the Idjarok body and Idjarok helm. This is kind of fun because actually now that I'm thinking about this, hold up. Let's rewind like 10,000 steps. Is this team not a combination of the various ideas that I've had for run number 1, run number 2, and run number 3? What I'm saying is this Gohan tanks Jita? Is this a combination? Have we gone Super Saiyan Jin X3? Right? Have we absorbed both androids? And we're Supercell? I'm so sorry. All right. Focus on the game, Slurgy. And Formidable Approach Duo is such a nice combo for your damage dealers. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Unfortunately, we're not getting it pretty much at all. Except on Fossey 254. Maybe the real run was the information we gathered along the way? Yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, unfortunately, the only bro who has the good access to Formidable Approach, Helmfried, but I don't think I'm sadly not going to use it. This is so hard to build this squad. I feel like I'm on the bus. The struggle bus. Absolutely on the struggle bus. Maybe you can tell. You probably can. You're smart. I remember the first time some kid told you about Gohan and Gotenks merging, and I was like, wait, what the fuck, they can just do that? Holy shit. DBZ was groundbreaking in middle school? Absolutely. It's like, they can't do that. They can't just combine. That's crazy. We're nearly at the typical 3-hour limit for brocrafting. Might still get a snack in tonight. We might still get a snack in. We might still get a snack in. Okay, so we get Formidable Approach here. So this bro has to be part of a duo. So he's got to be... Yeah, so we're going to do range bro, leadership. And Scottaboosh also ranged bro. So we're gonna do. I'm gonna do ranged bro on curse word, but might make him kind of a hybrid. The dynamic duos are basically just fusion dancing. Yeah. Benjamin, hello. Welcome. El Jefe welcomes you. Hope you're doing well. Time to sleep, good luck, don't get pitchforked in the head by a peasant. Yeah, wouldn't that be sad? It would be funny. Scottaboosh does have access to Weapon Master. So, actually, now that I'm looking at Scottaboosh a bit more, Weapon Master is pretty appealing. Actually, it's extremely appealing on this brother. To make this a ranged bro with Weapon Master is like super awesome. So we could just go with the crossbow perks, for example. And then we get access to Toolbox with Throwing Mastery. We get access to Mace Utility in Shockwave, Mace Mastery, and Bonebreaker. And we get access to Axe Utility, potentially too, for Disarms. Scottaboosh has got some stuff going on. So would this be what this build kind of looks like? I knew it. You went shopping and came back. We're still here. Yeah. Duh. Right, so we can start with a preloaded crossbow. Even, yeah, like a preloaded crossbow. Some form of blunt throwing weapon. And then like a two-handed flanged mace. 2 preloaded crossbows. 2 preloaded crossbows. A sling. And a two-handed flanged mace. How sweet is that? And of course, yeah, he can guns, guns, guns. All right, that's actually pretty sweet. So this is gonna be like a true hybrid. I don't know why I'm giving like this one bro a title, but Scottaboosh has earned it. It doesn't have to be the two-handed flange mace. Might do like just a one-hander. Just like a cute little guy. Nice and light. Probably just want a pole mace? Yeah, probably just a pole mace actually. That's more likely to be correct. Yeah, pole mace more likely to be correct. We also don't want to be crowded when we do our attacks. I'm a little bit worried about the durability of this brother. But that's just our life. That's just how it is. Actually, I think the third perk is maybe optional, because crossbow and firearms mastery third perk is really good if your initiative is high enough, but this bro, as he gets stammed out, it provides a lot less value. The third perk from throwing mastery, who cares? The third perk from the mace attack, probably just simply less relevant because we're going to be using that to stun most of the time. And the third perk from the axe perk tree is unlikely to be relevant in the way we want to use axes. You can hear the dogs barking upstairs. I wonder if my wife just got home. Ah, she did. That makes sense. So then that would free up one perk to be like one more defensive perk. Or even fast adaptation. Yeah, scrapping the third perk, that feels right? I mean, those are all like fine, but not that big of a deal. Could be combo. Yeah, combo's pretty nice. Combo's really nice with the handgun or the crossbow. Especially if they come preloaded, right? Because we can shoot, reload, and shoot. And that's really good. That's really good. So like if we had combo, we can shoot, reload, shoot, swap weapons. And then at the start of the next turn, swap to the other preloaded crossbow, shoot, reload, shoot. Guns, guns, guns. Guns, guns, guns. It's gonna be a lot of fatigue. It's gonna be a lot of stats needed for that in general. And I'm a little bit worried about the defensive abilities there. But if I'm gonna get shield mastery on the front rows because I don't have a big enough phalanx to prevent enemies from getting reach advantage, they do have the shield other ability. So when the time comes to like get attacked by ranged enemies, we can get at least some ranged defenses from that. Yeah, I think that kind of works. So then, if that's how I do it, he's nimble, so we won't have to have too much invested fatigue. True. Right? Yeah, very true. And he'll have 9 lives, which will help keep his little nimble self safe. And we're going to get plenty of hit points available to us, right? Because even though, unfortunately, has the fragile trait, almost high rolled hit points and has 2 talent stars. So like it's totally fine. What squad number roll is this? What was it? Was it just, I don't think it was the 5th. I remember counting up to 4 and getting it shortly after that. Maybe 6 or 7? Maybe it's number, I actually don't remember. I shouldn't even guess. I don't know. It wasn't like an insane number. I'd have to go back and check. 6 in 3 hours, half an hour per squad. Nah, most of them got dismissed right away. I've just spent a ton of time on this one. So these brothers have to be fully entrenched. So let's see. It seems like a scoot and shoot squad. Yeah, it does. It does seem like a scoot and shoot squad, which is good. I miss scooting and shooting. So we've got a plan here. We've got at least a sketch of an idea of what these bros are going to be here in front. We've got an idea for Master Maticus that I think is pretty good enough. Slice the Elder, I think, will be the pair that we have with Master Maticus. No. No, I think actually yes. Okay, maybe this is right. Actually, I think this will be good. Arranged something just like this. Master Maticus like here. Okay. And then this is flexible where we can pretty easily add either a frontliner or backliner, actually. We can, I think the team is flexible to be able to add any role as they are here. Okay. All right. So Scotaboosh, I think, is pretty well sorted. Let's go to Curse Word now. Keeping in mind we've got a second tactician here. Boy, what a Chadley team. This is overwhelming. We're so good. We're so strong. I can't handle it. All right, so Curse Word. Do I still take the Shield Sergeant perk? We'll see. That one will kind of be figured out last. Definitely take Onslaught. Definitely take Hold Steady. I think they're both really powerful. Fossey 254 I think is going to be more perk starved than Curse Word. I think that's true. I'm a little bit tempted to grab Adrenaline on this brother. Yeah, I think Adrenaline could be interesting, just to make sure that we get Onslaught or Hold Steady at the end of a round. Shield Sergeant seems like it gets little value. Right, because these brothers can just shield wall on the first turn. They're all going to be light armor, right? Apples and Fruits, Plaguebird, and Metawrecker are all going to have spare fatigue at the start of the round. So really it's just a fatigue savings / initial volley. So I agree, it probably just doesn't get enough value. I think that's probably just true. And I don't think there's enough brothers with shields to make use of the cutesy, like, shield push, kind of stuff. Did I just make fun of myself? I think I did. What's your valuation of Blitzkrieg after having it used against you enough? I mean, I still like it. It's so much fatigue. It's so expensive. Yeah, I don't know. It still feels pretty tough to pull off. Right, because we can take Fruits of Labor, get even more fatigue. It still feels like a lot Especially because this brother doesn't have light armor available. And I think flexible is fine. And given that I'm going flexible, it makes sense, I think, to actually, I maybe just won't have a bow bro at all. Maybe no bow bro at all. So Scottaboosh will be this like true hybrid who can also use throwing weapons. Curse word, I think just the crossbow and firearm mastery. And Fosty 254, not going to use ranged weapons. Who would be the other one? Was it Miles? Yeah. And that's not happening. Slice the Elder. No. Let's go dig up last round's crossbows. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. That's what I really want. Wait for the 3. I know. God. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I want to do bow mastery. I mean, bow mastery is just like less appealing when we have to take flexible. I mean, I guess I could do steel brow with flexible. That feels like a perk I just don't want to spend though. You know? And the reason, I mean, so what's going through my head is, right? With flexible, I'll be wearing a little bit heavier armor than nimble. And so options for lighter armor just have more visibility, more vision. So given that this bro is night blind, it's already where we get the most value out of like the handgun at night and the crossbow during the day, or still the handgun during the day as well, depending on the enemy we're fighting against. And the bow just doesn't feel as useful with a heavier helmet and less range. Oops, all bows run incoming. Could even do something kind of cute with like fresh and furious and ready to go. Right, so like we can attack with the crossbow and then still use hold steady or onslaught. And then use the other one. And then if we recover, we get to attack 3 times in that next round. That's like kind of cute. It's cute. Yet again, not taking Blitzkrieg. Nailed it's kind of okay with this brother as we're going to use him. Gifted would be nice. Adrenaline would be nice. Okay. I've been chugging this water. I'm going to use the bathroom one more time. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, I'm back. You know, assuming this ends up being the run, it would be interesting to go back and do a retrospective of all of the shit that I said about the bros and see, like, do an assessment of the things I was saying relative to what actually was good, or what maybe I should have done differently, or whatever. Random thought. Anyway. Curse word. Something like this. I think it'll be another crossbow. And or firearm. We still have 3 hours left to rewatch the 3 hours of the VOD of the stream. Deburner is !Q space join. Okay, so Darlene Ho I think is good, and I like that we've got our other bro of what this duo will be. I haven't decided like the order of the front brothers, but like Medwrecker and Fosty254 could be a duo. I guess it'll be one of these three. I haven't decided which. But I like that this brother is going to have the inspiring presence next to this hammer. So we're going to need to put the two frontliners that can actually use the extra AP. So we'll figure that out here soon. So then Fosty254. God, this brother's so good. This is just gross. This is so good. This is so good. So good. So good. So let's take Battleforged and probably Man of Steel. And we just go all in on heavy armor. So good and so ready to take an arrow to the knee. Hey, he can take an arrow to the knee and it's no problem. So he's going to need to get his dynamic duo partner from the front line here. And what I think is going to end up happening is that actually two of these bros will pair with each other. And we're going to have the two ranged bros on the same side of the formation, like next to each other. That's probably actually okay. And then we'll have another one partner with Fosty254. Okay. So I think one more brother with Hold Steady is a good idea. This is so strong. Now it requires 40 fatigue. And this brother is going to be using the AoE attack of the hammer. He will be using Shatter, will be the plan. Now Shatter costs 30 fatigue. This will go down in cost by having Hammer Mastery from 30 to, make sure I can say the right number. Yeah, 23. So we're gonna need like some extra fatigue on Fosty254. Honestly, could consider Fresh and Furious. Attacks costing less action points. That just makes the full force of the hammer force even fuller. So that's an option. It makes Fruit to Labor pretty compelling, right? I think that's a pretty reasonable option just to get more of these stats. I like that we've got Iron Lungs. I like that we got Lucky. What else? Did we have any brothers with... Yeah, our determined brother doesn't have Exude Confidence. Okay. Wish you could get lucky? You can get lucky. I believe in you. I do think that this is pretty interesting. Breakthrough making Shatter always knock back enemies. And knock back enemies an additional tile. It can be good, right? Can we get a wild gesticulation to go with your full force every time you swing a hammer? I'll do my best. We'll see what I can come up with. So that's a reasonable request. Oh God, also I just realized something. I thought about this. I'm so happy to see this here. I thought about this in the car this morning, which is a normal time to think about Battle Brothers. When we use swap from Dynamic Duo, that's gonna give us less action point cost of the next thing we use. Full force. Full force. Should be good. And yeah, two-hand hammers are powerful. Quick hands is kind of interesting to maybe use a reach hammer situationally. Your force is half empty. You need to refill your full force. Then the two-hand hammer is for you. As a 65-year-old widower, getting lucky is tougher than you think. True. Take away from that spiel, Slurgy's addicted to Battle Brothers. Also true. You know, the nice thing about this formation too, now that I'm thinking about it, this is really good. There's a lot to like here. Enemy, like, warlords that want to push through, once we've got, like, the hold steadies on cooldown, which I think will take a while, right? Aren't gonna be that bad. Okay, anyway, Onslaught. Would Fossy254 ever want to get Onslaught? Again, we're gonna need a lot of fatigue on this brother, despite them being full force. It's an awful lot of optional perks I've marked here, huh? It partially depends on how many initiative-based defensive setups we have, because the extra initiative is really good for that, offensive and defensive. We'll chill here. As long as he doesn't start trying to romance his wife with expressions like full force or rotate. Oh man. So this is, well, I told my wife a story a really long time ago. This is a terrible story. Should I even tell this story? Nah, I'm not gonna tell the story. Anyway, there's a funny story you're gonna miss out. What a tease. Maybe some other day. Maybe some other day when I'm drinking something other than sparkling water. Sorry. Don't story block us? Sorry, bro. Okay. So I think we've at least sorted what Fossy254 is going to do generally. $113 miles per hour. So this bro needs to be paired in a duo, doesn't he? He definitely does. Maybe Scottaboosh moves to the other side of the formation. He is going to be a true hybrid after all. So maybe he can be here and that's okay. And then 113 miles per hour goes here and has a duo with someone like here. Okay. So if that's the case, This bro could get Brace for Impact and Nimble, and that's the complete defensive package. And he'll just use a big, chonky Berserk Chain. I like that. It's very good. It's a very good weapon. Okay. Honestly, the thing I'm worried about most is ranged attacks, just in general. So thinking about the range of like Onslaught and Hold Steady, they both have the same range of 4 tiles. So Helmfried's going to be just out of range with Fossey 254. Curse Word here will be able to hit everyone. Spinning a Zerg Chain this run? Probably 2 of them, Eagledub. Probably 2 of them, if you can believe it. Two of them. So if I'm not able to get the... Oh no, that's not even true. We could Dynamic Duo just to get in range for the buffs and then return based on where they're standing. Oh my god. Dynamic Duo! Dynamic Duo. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. Loving it. Oh, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, you know? Dynamic Duo. Okay, so now thinking about Fossey 254 a little bit more. I wonder if... We don't have to think about it. We're probably going to take Onslaught, though. It's either going to be Onslaught plus Brawny, or... Onslaught plus... No, there's a few different ways we could do it. Don't tell Darkso? Yeah, I know. He'll just nerf it right out from under me. He'll be like, what is Slurgy finding success with? I shall destroy it. Fair enough. I can deal with this. Okay, we'll need to figure out Dr. Vishnevsky's full build here in a moment as well. What other tools do we want on Slice the Elder here, who's going to be another Berserk Chain user? Incredible. I'm going to take Anticipation on this brother. So we're going to be pumping his range defense. We definitely grab Headhunter. We want to hit enemies in the head. No small target or anything like that. Hitting enemies in the head with the Berserk Chain is just such a huge difference. Absolutely massive. If we're going to be on the edge of the formation and we've got anticipation, dodge might not be unreasonable. Spudgy, why the fuck are we on this screen 3 hours in? Why would you not be? This is where we belong. This is our home. Boy, it makes dodge kind of tempting here too then, for similar reasons. Okay. What is this company's name? You missed it. It is the Intrepid Immortals. Yeah, the Briggies can't hurt us here. This is our comfort place. So could do something like this. So we take melee skill, range defense, every single level. I don't think the initiative is high enough to justify this. Probably just go nimble. I don't know. I kind of feel like anticipation makes the heavier armor from flexible pretty appealing. So then could grab Relentless and dodge. That's okay. What start is this? This is Peasant Militia. I think this is pretty good for Slice the Elder. All right, so now looking at the front line here. So let's think. On these brothers, who are all going to phalanx it up, if we had, let's see, we got, what are our options? What are our tools? What are our weapons here? Spear and sword, cleaver, dagger, flail, and flail, spear, sword. Pole flail's been pretty disappointing in your experience. I agree. It's we won't be using many pole flails. If any, probably none. So what I want to do on all of these brothers is not die. How's that for a plan? That's the best plan you can think of? That's what I was thinking. A lot of spear flurry through the gaps to pair with the berserk chain. It's a pretty that's a pretty sweet idea. Right, to also pair with the hammers. So we're gonna take dynamic duo on, I think, all of them. L2 for sure, maybe not the third. What I'm most worried about is honestly just their overall survivability, because Nimble Brothers just aren't as durable as Forged ones, just straight up. Like, we can pump the fatigue and you can wear heavier armor in Reforged, and it, you know, Nimble makes you really safe to like crossbow bolts and berserk chains on the enemy side and stuff like that, right? Orca berserkers. But you're still like, you just can't take repeated hits of little bits of chip damage. You just can't. So we need to make sure they're as defensive as possible and just not taking as much damage. I think we're gonna have better damage output. And with the dynamic duos, if they get like totally trashed, we can just evacuate. Like, I think that's fine. So thinking about, let's see, is this brother fast? No, he won't be. He just came back. Are we still theory crafting? Yeah. Is this brother fast? No. Okay. In the turn order, so that we don't lose phalanx, as we do our rotations with Dynamic Duo, it is important that the bros who go first in the duo are the shield bros. We've got medium armor here and laborer. We have medium armor here. Okay initiative. But what I'm thinking is we try to make it so that these brothers with the medium armor pump initiative as a primary stat of theirs. We doing full force again? We're going to be doing some full force. There will be some force that will be filled. Definitely. Definitely. So if these brothers are here and here, then apples and fruits in the center. If this brother has phalanx, but not shield expert, right? So if he has phalanx, we're gonna get +2 reach for each adjacent ally. And this bro uses a sword, and the one-handed sword has a reach of 4. Then we get a reach of 6. And with a reach of 6, we meet or beat almost every single enemy. So that can save us needing to get shield expert on this brother. No more strength in numbers makes you doubt the feasibility of this? Trust. Trust. Except for opposing phalanx, right? Even in opposing phalanx, only the spear skeletons with 2 allies next to them will outreach us. I think that's the only situation that I recall seeing in the last run that would have more reach than this. Do we still have a bro doing onslaught? And the other one, I forget the name. Oh, yeah, onslaught and hold steady. Yes, we actually have 2 of them. We have 2 of them. So defensive tools that we can give apples and fruits are what? The best shield adjacency. The best phalanx of the 3. The best spot in the phalanx. How are we going to use extra AP? Oh man, I've got an idea. No, I don't. Sorry, more teasing. So like, on guard to use Riposte as an option. Yeah, free spear attacks. Right, so I was looking at Weapon Master. Right, like Weapon Master Quick Hands. It's interesting, right? Weapon Master Quick Hands means I could do something like this, and then... But... Like, is that good? I don't know. Because the bro is sometimes going to get some extra AP from Dolly Knows 16. On those turns where we gain the extra AP, what are we going to do with it? Got to do something. And free spear attacks is a pretty good way of doing it. Weirdly enough, like I don't even care about the masteries that much. Spear mastery is okay. Sword strikes are pretty cheap. Yeah, sword strikes are pretty cheap. They are pretty cheap. That's true. Sword strikes are really cheap. I don't know. They really don't cost that much. Especially if we were to grab like finesse. Does the Goblin Sword have riposte? It does. Goblin Sword has riposte. I think the Goblin Sword, like the sword dagger thing, has less reach though. It does have riposte. And this bro's duo is less important. And it would have to be either Curse Word or Dolly Knows 16. Neither of which is actually that great of a partner. Dolly Knows 16 is actually maybe a little bit more interesting than you might initially think, just to essentially do like a reach attack for free if enemies are 2 hexes away from us in the formation. So it's actually like kind of okay. I like the idea of giving each of these bros a dynamic duo partner, because if they run into like serious trouble or they take much in the way of bleeds, again, we can rotate them, bandage them up, put them back, or just rotate them back and then sort of pull them back for the whole fight. You had a bro with shield mastery on all your Otek run, one of the starter, and somehow we didn't have pushback with a shield. Any idea why? Are you playing in Hardened or Vanilla? Some shields don't have the push. For example, kite shields. They just don't have that ability at all. They only have shield wall. Yeah, if it was like a kite shield, yep. Yeah, then they just only have the shield wall. So yeah, I don't know. I think apples and fruits with sword is actually pretty okay. And if we did grab sword mastery and finesse, boy, that makes those attacks awfully cheap. Oh yeah, then we don't grab underdog anymore. No, 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 no. Not based on where we're standing now. So we get another perk. Could be battle flow. How reliably do I think apples and fruits is going to be able to finish off enemies? Like an okay amount of reliable. An okay amount of reliable. Sword no Delius is kind of shit. That's why we've got hammers that rotate in, smash armor, then we sword. Also, this would be a really great candidate for the lightning sword eventually. And lightning sword doesn't care as much about duelist. I think this brother works. I think this brother works. Not that reliable even when the kill is set up for them. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Crack the shell to get to the nut? Crack the shell to get to the nut. Crack the shell to get to the nut. I don't know, full force two-handed hammer goes hard. It really destroys an awful lot of armor. If trained, then why battle flow? He's going to be next to a bro with inspiring presence. Right, so I want to make sure we've got abilities to use all our fatigue. Maybe don't need battle flow though. I mean, that's maybe reasonable. Maybe just sword mastery and finesse is sufficient. And battle flow is just like unnecessary. Or could even go battle flow instead of finesse. I think either one is fine. Spot for Warden. It could maybe grab Warden. Also, if we do pair apples and fruits in a dynamic duo to the backline, if Necro Savants jump the backline, apples and fruits can rotate to here or here, and then can help protect whoever's being attacked, which is pretty nice. Right, so we could protect 113 miles per hour Donning Ho with Warden. It's all right. I like the flexibility of Warden on the rotation to the back line. I think that can be pretty okay. What about the first spear perk to help with dealing with armor? Then go spear wall. That's another option, right? We could do a spear wall directly right here in the center of the formation, and then sort of force enemies to go into the holes. The only reason I don't want to is we've got AoE attack on Darlene Ho, AoE attack on Fossey 254 that's going to rotate to here on what will probably just be Meta Wrecker, either Meta Wrecker or Plague Bird. So I think I want enemies to engage in the center, so I don't want to dissuade them by using Spear Wall. Otherwise, I don't think so. I think I'll just stick with the sword. And this could be a lightning sword. Future Jedi. Future Jedi. The lightning sword is so good. Maybe exploit opening. Exploit opening is pretty nice. Makes it so we don't have to invest in as much melee skill. Okay, I think this bro is sufficiently good. So, is there a reason why I would want to have Plague Bird and Meta Wrecker on one side or the other? I think the answer is that it doesn't really matter that much, except that the bro who wants armor to be stripped more should be on the right side and the one slightly less on the left side. So, based on their weapon selection, Meta-Wrecker definitely needs armor stripping if we're going to use either of these. And Plaguebird kind of does too. Maybe less so. Although... we've got small target here on Miles, but we don't have Headhunter. Honestly, the Zerk chain just one-taps most things. You tried out the dynamic duo with a hybrid bro and a hammer bro. A lot of survivability, but not a lot of damage, sadly. Really? I feel like damage should be good. Alright. Plaguebird. I think we're going to have on this side. So we're going to give him dynamic duo. We'll have dynamic duo here on Meta-Wrecker as well. Also, what I'm going to do is label our dynamic duos. Dynamic duo 1 over here. Dynamic duo 2 here. Dynamic duo 3 here, probably with Darlene Ho. I really do think that's who it's going to be with. Because I think Curse Word's just going to stick to the gunnin'. Dynamic duo 4 here. We've been gone for 3 hours. You can see how the brothers are still naked. High quality stream. Yes. Some people like this, okay? And then dynamic duo 5 over here. 5 dynamic duos, my friends. Love the dedication. Let no one say that Slurgy has not carefully planned. Let no one say Slurgy has not carefully planned. So when we get domed by a peasant with a pitchfork in the first battle... Imagine you standing around naked being mustered for 4 hours straight. Just think back to pleasant memories. All right, so let's focus on Meta-Wrecker first. What's the plan with Meta-Wrecker? Meta-Wrecker's a drunkard. Has access to gifted. If I went with a spear, the one-handed spear, what would that look like? I think we are going to grab initiative based builds and do flexible on both sides. It's going to be tougher for Meta-Wrecker. Can the two non-dynamic duo bros just be a regular couple? Curse Word and Scottaboosh? Yeah. Sure. I wonder if we just make another sword bro here. Another drunkard sword bro. Apples and fruits and Meta-Wrecker. Maybe. ¿Por qué no? Swords in the front, plowshares in the back. Is that a Magic the Gathering reference? Could also just go spear, right? It's too bad that none of these bros, so like this bro has dagger, but no sword or spear. This bro has sword or spear, but no dagger. This bro has sword and spear, but no dagger. So none of them can like use the full goblin weird bullshit weapon combinations fully on any one bro. That's too bad. That's too bad. I'd have loved to build around those, especially since those named items are essentially guaranteed with a long enough run, given goblin champions. And if you roll enough of those, you're gonna find really good ones. So that's just too bad. Just too bad. Anyway, enough about the things we don't have. Enough about, let's focus on the things we do. Yeah, we probably do still use them anyway. Most likely, for sure. The 3 AP attacks are just really juicy. And if they roll well, they roll well, you know? Thank you for attending my TED Talk. If we went with, you know, going with flexible here, feel pretty inclined to take Relentless or Skirmisher, and I kind of feel like Relentless is going to be the play. Could even maybe take both. Yeah, the 3 AP attacks are so good with presence. They are. They're just really taxing from a fatigue perspective, but yeah, they're really, really good. So if I did go that route, are there any other initiative-based things? Or things that can give Metawrecker more initiative? Because he really does need it. If we're going to keep that armor intact and go with like heavier flexible armor, I think that really is important for both of these brothers. Does swapping increase tempo? Sure does. I don't know that maybe passing step could be kind of useful too. Potentially. Not very reliable because the bro has to hit an enemy, and well, you know. Fatigue. But yeah, tempo will work with dynamic duo for 10% more initiative, which is like honestly pretty okay. Passing step to get your duo brother in a juicier hex, that could also be relevant. That's true. Yeah, that could be relevant. That really could. Absolutely could come up. Fencer build incoming? No. No. Am I really going to put 2 sword bros next to each other? I guess there's really no reason why not, right? I like on guard for the defenses. If we're actually going to be using the attacks with the extra IP, pretty much have to have sword mastery. I kind of like exploit opening still. I think duelist is still pretty good, and then maybe this brother doesn't need shield mastery either. Right, this bro is getting away with not taking shield expert just by being in the center of the phalanx. This bro's gonna get away with it by having duelist. If he's fully surrounded, you know, this gets turned off, but that will most likely be alleviated fairly quickly under normal circumstances. Whatever enemies are in these little 2 holes are just going to get blown up super fast. So I'm not so worried about it. I still think the duelist can provide really good value. Gifted is probably more stats than exploit. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I feel like exploit opening in the last run was crazy. Now, it goes extra hard with the hammers for obvious reasons, but I still think it's freaking good. It also, you gain these stacks when you block like ranged attacks and stuff too. I mean, it's awfully good. Since he might be making 4 attacks a turn. Yeah, it doesn't turn off until you miss though. Excuse me, until you hit. Like, you don't lose the stacks until you hit. I don't know, are these bros doomed to failure? This is pretty low melee skill, especially on Meta Wrecker. Like, am I asking too much out of this, bro? Would it be better to take Spear Mastery and have Reach Advantage grant an additional 15% more melee skill? Right, because normally you get 15% more, so it'd make it be 30% more, then maybe he actually hits. Is that the tool? Is that what's necessary? Should this brother be a spear bro? Maybe that's better. And then use Spear Flurry. Attacks cost no fatigue. And honestly, even through the gaps, it's not terrible. We want to make sure we're hitting where they don't have armor. That's pretty important. Can't have the run without a spear bro. True. And with Duelist, we will always have reach advantage. So does the build look like this? And then I think in that case, probably can grab Gifted. And we can, at least some of the time, use Spear Wall situationally. I could see it coming up where we would want to use it. A neat thing about pairing this brother with Fossey 254 is that using the Shatter ability will push enemies off, and then we can Spear Wall to keep them away. You don't need Duelist for reach advantage. Yeah, so we gain more reach from Phalanx. We'll gain +1 because we only have one enemy adjacent, or one ally adjacent to us with a shield. So against many enemies, we will still have reach advantage, but not all. Right, the one-handed spear has a reach of 5? Is it 5? Is the fighting spear 5? What's the reach of the fighting spear? I want to say it's 5, but I don't remember for sure. I think we need to get our reach up to 6 to outreach 6 or 7 even to outreach most enemies. Regardless, I think this is pretty okay for Meta Wrecker. I think I could go with... Oh, hold up. Why is tempo still marked? Haha, another free perk came out of nowhere. A free perk? Rebuke? I think all spears are 5. I think the goblins like spear dagger thing is less. I think it's 3. 48 melee attack on a militia. Oh, this brother has strength in numbers. Hold up. This brother has strength in numbers. This is a militia. You're here to learn this game? You're at the wrong place, my friend. But hello, Japanese export. I was just saying to the stream earlier today, I really enjoyed that Spire run. Yeah, gifted plus is here. Right, so I think strength in numbers are pretty good choice. And then I think duelist then optional. Seems pretty good. Yeah, the goblin spears are less, but the fighting spears more. Okay, so then on Plague Bird, if we're gonna have this brother paired with 113 miles per hour, and this bro is gonna be our one of our 2 Berserk Chain brothers. You were transformed for Curse today in your honor and it was dog shit? Just get good. What can I say? Okay, so this brother, one way we can get around the reach advantage problem with this brother is with flail, going with flails, right? So Whirling Death gives +2 reach. Now flails themselves have a reach of, I believe, 3. Man, I can't remember that with this modded stuff. But if that's true, and I think it is, I think they have a reach of 3. Then the +1 from our neighbor, bringing it up to 4, and then Whirling Death bringing it up to 6 is sufficient. Whirling Death's pretty good. And I think if we've got another Berserk Chain next to us, I think that's pretty good. The other thing that's nice about this is the frontline brother having Whirling Death is pretty sweet. Or excuse me, the flail in general. Because with Flail Mastery, gaining from all sides, surrounding enemies at adjacent time, on this brother is actually like pretty damn good for giving extra hit chance on all of our backline and everything else here. Whirling Death Rebuke then, I think that's actually pretty okay. Exactly. And I think Flail Spinner is still like really good. And I think Rebuke, totally legit. Yeah. We could totally go like this with Plague Bird. So then what's our tool to gain more initiative on this brother? Fruits of Labor is one of them. And then does this brother also take Relentless? Kind of like we did on Meta Wrecker? I think so. And what else? What do we do with perk number 10? I want something defensive. It could be one with a shield. I think that's pretty okay. I think the bro with flexible is still, especially if we put really heavy armor on, is still a little bit vulnerable to headshots. And we are going to wear really heavy armor, right? Where we're going to get very minimal benefit from the first clause of flexible up until the point where we start getting named gear. Nimble easy? Nah. I think nimble plus flexible is kind of a, I think that's a trap. I think that's basically always bad. I would either go one or the other, but I think I want to pump flexible for higher overall defenses. And I think if I want to protect hit points, I think one with the shield's a good way to do it. So then I don't need Shield Expert. Another way of doing this entirely would be this bro could simply potentially, anyway, go Dagger Mastery and Shield Expert, because daggers have a reach of 1. And he could just be like a Shield Katal bro. I don't want to do that. I don't think that's I don't think that's good if you can't do Death Blow. Can you train him to get Battleforged, or do you not like Battleforged? We can't train him. We're never entering a town. Exclamation mark run rules. We can't train him. Just not an option. Why couldn't he do Death Blow? Well, we just have to have an enemy be stunned or netted. And we may have some access to stun, right? As previously discussed, we're going to have at least on the, well, so the flails can stun, for starters. And we're going to have, yeah, weapon mastery on Scottaboosh. So Scottaboosh will be able to use a sling to stun, though that's on the other side of the formation. Yeah, Bolas or the sling, right? Either one, right, with Toolbox. So I think with Plague Bird, I like flails. I think that's fine. I think honestly, Whirling Death just giving plus 10 melee defense is also just solid, right? Because basically across our whole front line, we're going to do Riposte with Apples and Fruits to gain plus 10 melee defense. We're going to do Whirling Death on Plague Bird to gain plus 10 melee defense, and Meta Wrecker just don't get hit. You know, easy, right? Meta Wrecker will have the option to shield or to spear wall after Frosty pushes enemies away, which is like melee defense, because then they just can't get to you. So I think this will work. So what about the other remaining perks? Does anything here stand out as like a must take? I don't think so. So one thing that I was thinking was a way this could go. Oh, maybe Headhunter. Wears it well for Orc Shield. Yeah, that's okay. Wears it well for Orc Shield and also makes it so that we gain... Right, we're going to benefit from the stam and the initiative. Yeah, and flails are a little heavy. That's true. That's true. Okay. I think that's close enough. I mean, we don't have to decide some of these, like, blue perks. So... Helmfried's figured out. Plague Bird's pretty much figured out. Apples and Fruits is pretty much figured out. Meta Wrecker's figured out. Master Maticus sorted. Dr. Vishnevsky. Need to work on Dr. Vishnevsky. All right. So this brother is going to be a two-handed hammer brother. Unfortunately, does not have, unlike, wait a minute, where is he? Oh, right here. Fossy 254 does not have access to powerful strikes, so isn't going to get those sweet, sweet death dealer attacks. That's okay. We can still just simply use the single target attack of the hammer some of the time, and that's totally fine. Totally fine. It's very good, right? It does do plus 20 flat damage. Very relevant. So we will not have, though, Formidable Approach. So we're going to need this melee skill to be nice and high. So we're just going to take it each level. I don't think there's any other accuracy perks here. Not that I'm seeing. So I don't think there's any way of bumping up the accuracy. Kind of looking like a fat newt. Yeah, basically. Like, we're going to use Shatter until we run out of fatigue, and then we just use regular attacks. Fast adaptation. I hate it, but maybe. It still could be fine. Yeah, not really all that many appealing perks here, actually. Which sucks, because we're going to get 11. This is a rising star. We get 11 to choose from. 11 perks to choose from, but we don't really gain that much value from them? This sucks. Skirmisher's fine. Backstabber's not great here. Hybridization? For what? Maybe we go back to one hand. Anticipation value? Anticipation value is legit. Right, so it's 10 range defense. Maybe we go back to one-handed. I think the two-handed hammer has a reach of 5. I mean, maybe this bro does use just a one-handed hammer. Then we get to take like parry duelist, yeah. Good planning meeting, Captain. I'm preparing to not get hit by sheer will alone, aka I'm off for the night. Hey, have a good night, Meta Wrecker. Thank you for not getting hit. I like your plan. Just don't get hit. Yeah, I could take... I mean, I think it's interesting, right? This brother really could just take parry duelist. And not use the AoE of Hammer Mastery at all. I feel like there's kind of like less damage on this side of the formation, and that's just how it is. I think that's okay. Diversifying weapon type sets you up for better diversified fames or whatever for that's worth. Yeah, that's true. You know, like in the last run where we fought a champion Men-at-Arms, what a famed Warhammer. Right now we're not using any Warhammers. We do want to be ready for whatever fames we do find, and having a diverse set of weapons that we're committed to in advance does mean that whatever famed weapons we do have are more likely to be relevant. Okay, I feel like I can kind of be convinced of that. I don't hate parry. Or excuse me, duelist, and then we can grab parry. Full force one-handed hammer. Pretty good. So we'll get dual grip. Dual grip and duelist. God, it's gonna be a lot of damage, isn't it? Especially when we hit just a single enemy. Absolutely brutal. So then what are the perks we take now? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, dodge is all right? I think dodge is good, especially given where the bro is standing in the formation. There's going to be at least before meeting combat with the enemy, 4 hexes around him. There are only crossbows and jabs for famed items, though. True. That does seem to be the case. That is what we've experienced thus far. I don't hate small target, even still. The one-handed hammer hitting an enemy in the head, pretty brutal. Can we still take anticipation? I mean, we could. Are you going to play? What do you think this is? That was a short Battle Brothers break? It was. Just two runs of the Spire. Well, 2 streams of the Spire. 6 runs? Yeah. No, I don't think we would go anticipation and parry. We would just grab one or the other. So if we're going to take melee defense each level because of the 3 talent stars, and we're going to take melee skill each level because of the 2 talent stars, base range defense is 9. So it's pretty high already for parry. The benefit here is that if Helmfried gets in too much trouble, Dr. Vishnevsky is actually quite defensive. Anticipation means you could start with him in the front. Sure. True. Also, anticipation and dodge work together, whereas parry and dodge, like, less so. How about you don't call me crazy? We go for an axe or sword duelist. I'm sorry, what? So he doesn't have the sword perks, but he does have axe. Battle flow plus berserk plus fresh and furious. With an axe? Don't call me Shirley either. Sword perks don't matter because it's so cheap. I don't know, man. He's only got 92 fatigue. There are a lot of, like, there is like battle flow, fresh and furious, berserk, stuff like that. Yeah, I think we want to keep the armor stripping. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like Apples and Fruits stated. I think we don't want to get rid of the armor stripping. So, like, any orcs, for example, that we attack, even with Duelist, we're definitely not one-tapping him, right? We're just stripping the armor. So I think I like this plan. I think I like sticking with the hammer. Hammers, honestly, full force is just so good. It's such a good perk, and hammers are so strong. This just feels like the play. It's hard to go wrong. I see, so like no markets, like whatsoever, only, correct, yeah. We never enter any town ever for any reason. All the things you get from towns, we will not get. Headhunter mayhaps? Maybe Headhunter. Headhunter's like okay with small target. We just like smash the head. Full Force could have been a Power Rangers line, to be honest. Could have been. Missed opportunity. And hear me out, another crazy option is offhand training. And we have the bro ready to use a net. No, I don't like it. Not good enough value. Yeah, his partner doesn't have Spear Mastery though, unfortunately. And I think this bro is the one we want to put here because of the assortment of perks that make him capable of this kind of positioning. It's going to be 2 parry bros on this side though. So we need to make sure no enemy axes. No enemy axes allowed over here. The 2 parry bros are going to be paired together, which is kind of interesting. Both with parry, both with dodge. Poranet, yeah, I know, Poranet. We can move the hammer bro to the middle. Not really though, and the reason we can't is that he is the source of dynamic duo for Helmfried. Here, the source of dynamic duo is all across the front. So we don't have a bro who has agile that we can put over there to be with Helmfried, with the exception of Dr. Vishnevsky over here, and then Slice the Elder over here. So the source of the perk to form the duo, we just don't have enough of those. And we do have a hammer bro like here and here, right? So they are on opposite sides. For the most part, close enough. Right, so they'll still do their needed role on each side. The other thing too is like, never mind. I was gonna say if we took hybridization, we could do the 2-handed and 1-handed hammer, but that's not how this perk works. It's just simply not how it works. Yeah, there's nothing else here that really stands out to me as being like exceptional. Our rising star is gonna take an 11 perk build, but the 11th perk will not be a huge impact. I think that's just how it's gonna be. So it goes. Unless, now hold up. Let's go back. Let's consider the 2-handed variant. Push enemies away. And just go fresh and furious. One big, giant slam at the start of the fight. Seems pretty okay. You feel like that was one failing of the last run? You had to make a lot of hammer bros attack on enemies with all their armor strips. I like having the hammers stay far away from each other. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Often would have to have the hammer, or like the hammer was in an awkward position where I'd have to make a decision between, all right, finish off an enemy whose armor's already stripped, or strip the armor off an enemy that's still full armor, where I'm not killing them, right? So I'm not taking away their damage, but had to make that decision all the time. And I'm sure I made the wrong choice in a lot of cases, but I didn't like that tension. But actually, I do think I'm gonna stick with the 2-handed hammer and go with anticipation. And then maybe to Fresh and Furious, but we'll see. I still like small target here. I think small target's just like really nice. Okay, so now I think everyone is basically built. Oh my god. Oh, except for Master Maticus. This is the one bro we haven't finalized, and everyone else is pretty much there. All right, so this is gonna be our bro who takes the Idjarok helmet. So he's gonna be using a heater shield with a shield, and shield expert to enemies not have reach advantage, brace for impact. Yeah, okay. Maybe we already talked about what are the mistakes you analyzed within the last run you'd like to fix this run. Not like well, the mistakes were the fights where we lost bros. But there's fewer mistakes to talk about as much as just like I mean, I guess they're mistakes, but I don't know, mistakes isn't even quite the right word, but like hammers are better than I thought they were. Like even better than I thought they were for all a variety of reasons. And I did kind of cover all that at the beginning of the VOD, but that's the main one. That's the main one. Yeah, misunderstandings. That's a good way of putting it, right? Incomplete understandings that like maybe were suboptimal builds, but okay. Master Maticus. He's just a little guy, tiny. I'm not worried about the damage output of this brother at all. We're not going to bother with melee skill meaningfully whatsoever here. This bro's whole purpose, their whole lot in life, is to just simply use On Guard and chill. Man, I wish this brother had Anchor. It's from the Unstoppable perk group. Because I don't want them to get pushed around. We'll just have to have Hold Steady take care of it, but still. It's fine. I think On Guard and Rebuke do work together now. You get 2 attacks. I'm pretty sure that's true. I don't even know if that's worth, but... He could do the Flail Spinner Rebuke thing. Well, that's true. Because it's the same as far as melee defense is concerned. Actually, that's probably just better, isn't it? And then we surround enemies an additional time. That probably is better. That almost certainly is better. And actually, then all of the flail perks... Except for maybe Flail Spinner. But like, Flail Mastery, applying from all sides to the enemies that are surrounding us is really good. Whirling Death, obviously great. We're not really taking advantage of the reach, that's fine. That's totally fine. Just gaining the melee defense, and it's something that lasts for 3 turns, as opposed to Riposte, which you have to use every single turn. Right, so we can use Whirling Death, and you can even use the blue skip turn button the next round, and you still have Whirling Death active. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Apples and Fruits. I knew what you meant. So if we did go this route, then yeah, grabbing Rebuke is pretty great. Suddenly, bunch of flails? Huh. Suddenly Flail Squad? How does this happen? Does that mean I want small target? I don't know that that really matters. Because we don't care about this bro getting hit in the helm. Or in the head, rather. He'll have the Idrok helmet on, so he's not going to take any, like, head damage, basically, whatsoever. Maybe exploit opening? Probably just exploit opening. Yeah, small target actively bad. I kind of agree. And look, I love that he's just a tiny guy. I love my short kings. How much is it to refresh Whirling Death? Cost -3 action points while you have Whirling Death. Okay. Yeah, definitely not small target. I think exploit opening's still pretty good. And what else? Bags and belts for extra shields in case they get destroyed. I don't know how relevant that is, but enemies still do destroy shields, and he does really need his shield. So he's going to have shields in the pocket anyway. Right, because one with the shield is an incredibly important part of this bro's overall survivability. Does he have Wears a Well? No, he does not. Does not. No, I think this is good. Probably last perk. Probably is just bags and belts. Just extra shields. This is like a vanilla tank. This is classic. We just carry a bunch of heater shields. They destroy one, we pull out the next one. They destroy one, we pull out the next one. They destroy one, we pull out the next one. Dodge? Could be dodge. But as soon as he gets surrounded, its value goes down pretty substantially. And he will get surrounded. Yeah, dodge is great early game value, for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. And he's got really high base initiative. Or where are you getting all them shields from, boss? Right. Yeah, maybe bags and belts, maybe dodge. Definitely not flail spinner. Okay, cool. All right, so now is the team actually, oh my God, we're here, we're here. Let's take a screenshot. Screenshot taken. All right, now this gets completely thrown out the window and we rearrange the squad entirely for the beginning of our journey. I don't even know where the hell we are. Center of the map near Gross Holes. What do they got here? Lumber camp, hunter's cabin, gatherer's hut. Okay. So now that we've got our plan, for the first several levels, we completely and utterly ignore it. So we're going to take our best bros with the best mood and give them our best weapons and armor. Master Maticus, if we've got a, yeah, buckler, give that to him. In before split map and thoughts of starting a new squad? If it happens, it happens. Okay, Curse Word would be pretty good with that early fatigue weapon. And we'll start out with the sling on Scottaboosh. Meta is gonna stand in the back playing some music. Ba-da-doo-doo-da-da-doo-da-da-doo-doo-doo. Okay. You see a tactician? How many rolls for this one? I'd have to go back and count. I should go back and count because I am curious. I don't remember. Okay, we don't have great choices for weapons or anything. Let's see. Maybe Warfork here on Dalinho, which we're going to put in the center. And then around the flanks, this bro with a ton of fatigue, we're going to give the bludgeon. Then here we'll give hand axe, Scramus axe, wooden stick here. Yeah, double tactician. Double tactician. Pretty nice. Apples and Fruits is going to start out just carrying a net and some bandages. The the company medic. Okay. And then we're going to put on our armors. So, I think let's give the most proper armor to Master Maticus. Now, his hit points are lower, which I don't love, but he's got Determined, which he's going to be able to be confident here soon. Oh, and it's got this new display. That's kind of nice. And he's going to have the highest defenses, right? So we're going to put him in the dangerous hexes as we need to. So then I'm going to put hats across here. And we're going to put the lightest hat on the bro with the most hit points, because he's least likely to get domed. Okay, perfect. And then as far as armors are concerned, let's give... Let's have Darling Ho not take melee contact if possible. We're gonna have him standing in the front, but he's gonna be chilling. You're scared for the first fight? Hey, me too. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick one more time, and then we're gonna take just a couple fights to whet our appetite to prepare for the next stream. All right, I'll be back in just a bit. I'm back. Yeah, missed the best part. All right. So let's head on the only road we see. Crew's all equipped. Let's at least move to the center. Okay. And here we go. We're off. Who will be our first victim? Let's head towards the south. Okay, we'll just take a quick peek here while it's still daytime. Probably a town over here. I got some ruined goat pens. No need to actually see the town. We can wait till we have cartographer to get little crowns from it. I don't think knowing what is there is really going to change that much. All right, stone watchtower or smelters. So we're going to have some sort of keep here. All right, we're gonna have to dodge these briggies. Could just head straight north. It doesn't really matter where we are on the map at the moment. I like that there's brigands here. I just don't want to see them right now. We're here for peasants. How many gift subs to fight them? There is no number. Infinity. We're looking for peasants. Our first fights have to be against peasants. Maybe a very small number of caravan hands. Not these ones. All right, we got some more footprints going this way. Can we catch them before they arrive? All right, we're gonna choose this one. that ambition is actually completable. No, looks like we missed him. Damn. Based on the spacing of the footprints, that looks pretty peasant-like. Well, hello. Hi. Hello, my friends. Our first battle. Some peasants from Willersheim. We've got two, you know, this is just like a little pet peeve. I don't like it when the flags of the noble houses are like the same color. I like it when they're three different like color palettes. Like I realize these are two very different insignias, but the glance value when the flag is really small, harder to see. Laura Chicalis, hello, hello. All right. Interesting high ground hexes, like really weird high ground hexes. We started in a high ground hex with Scottaboosh. I kind of feel like, honestly, where we are is pretty okay. If we were to grab like this high ground hex and this high ground hex. Is there no music? Oh, right, there's no music until you see the enemy now. It's a little bit lonely. Maybe that should have only been for the unexplorable locations. Then we sort of force him to engage us right here, which is what we want. I think Dr. Vishnevsky is pretty okay on this hex. He's pretty safe. We get some sweet starting weapons. Yeah, I would say that's true. I think that's true. 4 peasants total. Very spooky weapon here. The pickaxe. You hate to see it. Okay. And I'm just going to end turn on Dr. Vishnevsky. Humphrey, same thing. I'm going to bring him up to the high ground hex here. And I think then they'll engage by just pushing to here. Because they don't... The AI tries to avoid high ground hexes whenever possible. So do you remember the... I do. I absolutely do. So then we're going to wait here. And I think I'm going to end turn across the whole squad here as well. The idea is we're going to end turn, end turn, end turn, end turn, end turn. Because even if we wait, we're going to be faster than them, for the most part. It's a bit of a mix. Play a little music, make sure we're feeling good. I'm going to put Miles here. I think that's fine. So the only bro I waited on was the bro with the sling. Okay, so they are going up towards the high ground. So definitely taking 2 attacks here. All right, so now I need to decide what to do. It's in 9 turns. Is that fast enough? It is. I don't want to give him an attack this turn. So I'm going to run Helmfried and Dr. Vishnevsky back. But where precisely? Could be here and here. These peasants have better gear than us, can't have that, yeah. It's possible we could dagger down this peasant at the very end. We're going to be looking to do that if at all possible. So yeah, I think we're gonna run Helmfried back to here, Dr. Wisniewski back to there, Miles to there. It's a little bit far back. Gives them a little bit more agency of like where to engage, but I think it's okay. So I'm gonna go here end turn. We're gonna go here end turn. Definitely waiting across the rest. Do I still wait with Plaguebird? Yeah. So then I think on Miles we could go here. It's a little spooky him not having a hat. Still takes two attacks, right, to kill him. Could even potentially be 3, depending on the damage rolls. If I go here and wait, we still have an attack. I don't think they'll engage. Right? This guy goes first and he'll go here. This guy is unable to get to this hex. So at most, Miles gets 1 enemy engaged in melee, and I think we're able to respond in time to that. So let's go here and wait. Metawrecker's not going to play any music because we're maybe going to use this loot to stun. Interesting. So we're absolutely going to beat the crap out of this peasant. And then we'll be faster than this other one next turn, which I feel pretty good about. I'd like to try to avoid killing this one. So let's sling some stones back here. Baby. All right, fractured hand's really nice. It's a good injury. So let's bring... Yeah, Chrisward's got the big pile of hit points. That's going to be more effective against these weapons. And then try to go for a stun, I think. Okay. And these bros will engage just right as they are. And we're going to get the full surround when Darling Ho gets a chance to attack. Ooh, that's good. So I'm going to move Master Maticus just to here. We don't want this guy to be able to get an attack this turn, but we want to get closer. Nice. Slice the Elder, let's bring to... here. So do I have the luxury of leaving this peasant alone? He contributes to surround bonuses. We have 2 daggers. The fist attacks do so little damage if you've got any armor whatsoever. 3 attacks per turn does accumulate. It does. We really want both the hat and the body armor, though. I think we have enough attacks. I don't think Darlingho has to attack this peasant. It doesn't do that much damage to Plaguebird. It really doesn't. And this guy is faster than them too, so like on the next round of combat, he will attack them before the potential of his armor getting destroyed. And let's leave Darling Ho right here. We'll get apples and fruits ready to participate. And 130 miles per hour can actually stay here. I don't know that I have Metarecord play any music. I don't think one more turn of music is necessary. I guess maybe it is though, because Plaguebird could take resolve checks. We'll do one more turn of music. All right. So this guy is an absolute must kill, but we go before him on basically everyone, so that's practically guaranteed. And this peasant cannot two-shot either of these two bros. So let's go here and actually go for the puncture. And we'll go here just for the surround. Very nice. Scatabouche will take a step down to attack here and then step back. Nice. So as not to crowd the battlefield for Slice the Elder and Darling Ho, who is unfortunately going to have to wait. Yeah. Wait here. Apples and fruits can't engage here. Can move so that there's less crowd. Yeah, can't engage. Can just go here and wait. Ooh, okay. Using a sling or a shotgun, right. Fosty 254 can go here. Plaguebird could try to go through zone of control. No. We go for the first regular attack, see if it hits. Okay, since it missed, we go for the stun. Hit it. Lovely. So now we're just going to fully surround this guy. Yeah. Ooh, that was a fun little new graphic. All right. Wonderful. And now we just get our surround and dagger this guy down. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The first victory of many. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. Thick tunic, 2 genuinely really good hats, and the headscarf. We grab everything in the first fights. We'll use the pickaxes potentially too. All right. Weilersheim. So let's just put the thick tunic there. And I think we equip and repair the feathered hats. I'm okay spending tools, little tiny bits of tools, on the hats. So let's put a hat here. Oh no, and so the unequip, yeah, we're about to start the unequip game. Yes. It's right around the corner here. The unequipped game begins. We'll fix up the sling. We're just going to try to use it less. Okay. So do I keep going down that road? I guess so. It was good to me so far. We got our one fight. Okay, we're at a fork in the road. I guess let's just go south. It's slightly more central to the map. North? Well, we will go north, but for now. 4 to 5 caravan hands. They're a little tougher than peasants, but not that much tougher than peasants. We've got slightly better gear now. We take this fight. We take this fight. Corvus Gorak, hello, hello. So let's get just a little bit closer. All right. So let's equip the Scramus Axe. There's a wooden stick. Let's put a wooden stick here on Dr. Vishnevsky. And we can put a... pickaxe on apples and fruits. I guess one in the pocket of Scottaboosh. And just a dagger wherever. Okay. Actually, let's pickaxe here. Oops. I accidentally attacked them. Okay. No armors that I'm going to try to keep or maintain. We just need them to die as fast as possible. I like this high ground. We can put Master Maticus here on this hex specifically. And that seems really good to me. And then we can have just a couple bros hanging out the back, which I think is okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, we'll put Scottaboosh all the way back. I guess maybe I could put him here. Nah, I don't think so. So I'm gonna end up in a little bit of an awkward spot where like one bro, like maybe Fosty254 is gonna have to scoop around that way. And Slice the Elder. And apples and fruits. Okay. Loving this high ground though. This high ground is super sweet. Okay, and not playing the music yet. Not sure how I feel about that. Okay, so we're gonna get in position back here. Did Dark nerf the music? He made it so that you couldn't use the music to tell what enemy was present. Didn't want any sort of cues to that. Okay. So do I want to back Dr. Vishnevsky up any here? I think so. And we're going to run Fossey 254 and Apples and Fruits up this way. I want him to be able to be engaged by at most one enemy. So probably attack this guy because he's got just the lightest armor. Okay. I was gonna say if we hit him in the head, that's really good. Play a little music. The power of music. And I think we wait across the whole squad. I think setting it specifically just for locations would be a lot nicer. I agree, Ryanok. I agree. All right, we're just gonna wait, see if they approach us. Yeah, so they're doing their shield walls, which makes sense. There is melee contact now. That's why I left Elling Ho in the front. Okay. I'm just gonna wait or end turn on Master Maticus. That way he gets to go earlier in the round next turn. And I could wait. Yeah. Not really gonna move Plaguebird out of here though. I was just gonna say we could wait to move some of these dudes so that we get a little bit less crowded. We can improve the hit chance to like 54%. But I'd rather take the 2 attacks here, and I don't want to move Plaguebird off. Same thing with Curse Word. Though Curse Word could step down for Slice the Elder to get up there and do an attack. Which I think is okay. But I still do that attack then, right? So I'm going to bring Curse Word down. Would I ever bring him just to here? They have to re-shield wall and move just 1 or 2 hexes. Curse Word's got a ton of hit points. Right? He's one of the chonkiest boys, 70 hit points. 70 hit points is pretty effective even with basically no armor against these weapons, so I think this hex is fine. Humphrey's fine there. So let's move Fossey 254 down to here. Plaguebird just gonna stay there. 132 miles per hour, I'm kind of considering moving down to here. Right, if an enemy steps up into this hex, which one might, he'll get an attack next turn. What's the likelihood of one stepping up to here? Basically 0, especially if we move Dr. Vishnevsky up 1. I think we just go here. Okay, waiting on Master Maticus. Attacking here. Okay, got him in the head, which means that is a potential armor. It's not a very good armor. And we got a resolve check on all of them. Hell yeah. So do I step down? I don't think I need to. It might be okay to step down though. That way, if someone engages here, we can bring Humphrey to there. If someone engages here, we can bring Plaguebird down. Yeah, not one of the headshots we needed, but it's an upgrade. Yeah, not one of the headshots we needed, but we'll sure take it. No, I think I moved Dalingho down one for potentially better moves later in the round. So we'll wait here. We're gonna wait on Metawrecker. Gonna Homefreed, wait on Plaguebird. Here we're gonna do 2 attacks. And probably on the guy with the bludgeon. Speaking of headshots, crushed windpipe and dazed. Okay, interesting. So they're moving down this direction. I think that's fine. Slice the Elder. Could step down here, get melee contact, and then we could put Dr. Wisniewski's here, where this caravan hand used to be. I think one of them will apply bandages on their turn. Yeah, we'll move Dr. Wisniewski to here. He's got the buckler. And I think I can move Helmfried to here. And then Plaguebird to there. Make sure we only present bros with hats to them. Okay. So wait here. Could have Fosti and Curseword go here and here and attack. Step Master Maticus down, go for the stun here. Then Dr. Wisniewski gets 2 attempts at the stun. Yeah, Curseword's got the chonky hit points, so even if this goes not perfectly according to plan, he can take a little bit more punishment. And I think I go for the decap. In case we hit the body. Okay. So Dalingho's not going to get an attack this turn at all, no matter what. So I move him just here and end turn, so he goes earlier in the turn order next time. Or to here. Maybe that's better, and then we can step up on the high ground. No, we're gonna let Slice the Elder have it. So in that case, let's give him a better attack with less crowded. So I'm gonna move Dalingho down to here. Master Maticus down to here, and we go for the stun. Okay. Slice the Elder here, and I think we attack here. Okay, wait on apples and fruits until after their turn. 2 stuns from Dr. Wisniewski. Could also go for a push with the buckler. Which will cancel his shield wall. Could push him here, which would be fine. But pushing him here is great. Maybe should have considered the option of pushing on Master Maticus. I probably still would have done what I did though. Yeah, okay. So we pushed him there. That's fine. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have put Jolly and Ho here. No, then we can't attack with Miles. Yeah. Okay. So these two are going to get 2 attacks. Or, yeah, 1 attack each. So there's no point bringing Metawrecker to there. Yeah, Metawrecker can't really contribute to any surrounds. Let's just play some music and then step down. Okay, hit him in the head. It's not what I wanted to see. Yeah, this guy does not have another attack. He doesn't have enough remaining fatigue. So let's fully surround him. Yes. Okay. I like that new graphic. That's nice. So let's go here. And then there. He still has enough fatigue to run away though. That's great. That's great. Oh, do I just go for the full surround? Oh, man. I think so. We have hats on everyone. Oh, baby. Oh, that's so good. So good. So good. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. Incredible. What a great fight. All right. Some nice experience. But look at that. Look at that. We got bandages. We got some armors to go with the helmets we got from the last fight. We got a spear, bludgeon, couple shields. Oh, man. So good. So good. Day 2 with day 8 gear. That's right. Okay. So let's figure out where we want stuff. Right, so I might not fix up this helmet. Yeah, I might fix up this, oops, this helmet. Sure, we can swap that armor. And then let's put this thick tunic on. Helmfried. All right, we can replace a sackcloth with a linen tunic. It's a little bit lighter. And I don't think I'm going to spend tools to fix these up. Tools are still a premium, after all. Our stick boys can upgrade to the old wooden shields. Curseword can have a buckler. And we'll toss a buckler somewhere over here as well. The shield push is actually like kind of legit for a little while. We'll probably go with a bludgeon here. Actually, that's not true. Let's put these here on a bro with a little more fatigue. Pocket buckler. We could pocket the buckler, yeah. Could pocket it, could keep it out. I feel like in the early fights I'm inclined to keep it out because the turns where you need to push, your accuracy is still garbage. And I think more important is just the value from the stuns on these weapons, right? So I use the stun on the bludgeon and the stick more often than the regular attack. It's like a 50-50 mix, right? So in that case, I think I just would rather keep it out for now. All right, so this is how we're going to be equipped. So we're going to unequip weapons, and then we'll take a look at our tools situation. Should be okay. Right, double check that everything looks fine. And how we doing? Hey, all right. I don't think there's any reason to go along the road there. I think that was probably a caravan that spawned from that location. Actually, Weilersheim. It's the same place that the peasants came from. So what's the description? Yeah, an established village close to the forest, living mainly from lumber, cutting it. Yeah, so it's probably that camp. Well, I don't know. I used the word camp instead of town by accident, but now that I think about it, from our perspective, Arrowmaker's shed. It's like a weird place for it. Day 2, I step away for 2 hours and I miss a whole day. You missed a whole day. You missed a whole day. Brigands, 7 to 10 scoundrels. Not quite yet. This is too many. Once we hit level 2 or 3, these fights are great. And we need like better gear. But for now, the scoundrels are simply a little bit too much. I like this squad. Let's keep them alive. We have more crowns than we started with. You love to see it. Yeah, hitting level 2 or 3 from just the caravan and peasant diet takes forever. It really does. The actually, now that I think about it, let's spread the love on the pocket daggers a bit. So we're looking for any footprints, anything really. I shouldn't have said anything. You know what we're not looking to fight? Direwolves. So we turn around. Absolutely not interested in fighting direwolves. They are faster than me because it's nighttime. Oh my god. All right. Shit. Beasts are faster at night. Direwolves are faster than our bros. Shit. Oh boy. Why did it have to be direwolves? Net doesn't really help us much. Direwolves, in vanilla, the fact that it lowers initiative in a fight like this is super relevant. Since it doesn't lower initiative anymore, only melee defense, and their melee defense isn't like that good. We might use it to just lock one down. Definitely going to use the spear. Sucks. Shit. So we've got pushes, stun, 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 stun. Camp and hope the fire scares them off. If only. Let's be ready to use the loot for a stun stick. Boy. Gonna be a lot of red on the ground soon. In the game or in this room? Yeah, they're definitely chasing and are going to catch me. Yeah. 6. It had to be 6. $130 hit points. I actually think this can be okay. And here's why. I think we can run far enough to the edge to retreat, where because it's nighttime, we're out of vision and they can't chase us. They weren't able to break all the way into our line to get melee contact. And the lines I'm seeing to get away are sufficient to break vision. They have a vision of 7? Ah. Young Padawan, we don't care how far they can see. Battle Brothers is like real life. You close your eyes and the enemy goes away. If you can't see them and you retreat, they can't see you. That was part of my research that I did for the very OG No Towns run when planning the Kraken fight. If they can't see you, unless that's changed in Hardened, assuming it isn't, and I think our chance of not losing a bro in this fight is basically 0. I'm going to go on the assumption that it's the same as it is in vanilla. You don't think that's how real life works? No, it definitely is. What do you mean? And now we press the button. Hey, Dark, so I have an idea for the next Hardened update. Okay. If that fight had started, this run would have ended. What would the last 4 hours have been for? All right. So before we move around the world map, let's unequip stuff. We'll fix this helmet. And once it's daytime, we're faster than them. Okay. Everything's fine. Oh, come on. Well, I mean, I will say this. I'm very happy to see these Briggies. Like in general. Holy shit, they're fast. Oh no. Good Lord, get me out of here. This place sucks. The Markland Pikes and the Golden Order. Hi. Pick them off after the wolves attack. I feel like their losses are more likely to be minimal. Yeah. Even exactly one Merc is pretty spooky. Till we get 9 lives on at least a few rows. Okay, if 4 to 6 Webnecks were to attack us, that experience actually is acceptable. This fight is acceptable. I don't like it, but it is acceptable. As long as it's not in the forest. We've got a sufficient stuns. Right? And it's good experience. It's really good experience. What if the Webnecks are direwolves in disguise? Well, then we die. Menace uses the Webneck sound effects. It's glorious. Does it? Interesting. For the alien bugs, no spoilers. I mean, we kind of know there's going to be alien bugs, but don't tell me anything. I don't want to know anything. I want to see it and experience it for the first time. When my first time comes. I think I do want to fight this for the experience. I think the experience is relevant. 7. Does that number seem bigger than it used to be? Okay, so the weave is 6 AP. They're always going to try to weave. That's just what their AI does. Six, 7? 1 egg, 6 spiders. I didn't think the egg showed up here until it hatched, unless that changed. So we could either scoot and shoot 2. Scooting and shooting 2 seems good. They'll be able to get like a full surface area on us, but I think that's okay. They can't do their weave at all, and they're going to. In your experience, there are always more spiders than the numbers show. I know there will be eventually, but... Oh, I should have attacked before moving. And do I want to do a spear wall here? Kind of no. Kind of no. So one thing I do want to do though, is we'll move Plaguebird to here, Dr. Vishnevsky to there, move everyone else up. Like this. Play some nice music. And we're just gonna make a solid wall. Okay, so that's why we played our music. They're gonna be faster than us next turn. But I think we just attack. It's just that simple. Their next turn is gonna be spent doing the web weaving as long as there is a web weaving target available. So the ideal way we do this is to hit these two so that they're staggered a bit. I don't love the apples and fruits. Doesn't have a hat. Well. So even though we have a slightly higher hit chance here, I think we attack here. Why do we have a slightly higher hit chance here? This one just has lower stats. It's like a baby spider. Oh, it's because of their strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Nah, maybe we just go for the slightly higher hit chance. Every little bit helps. And do I think top or bottom is a better place to attack? Top. Ooh, that was a good hit. I think that's worthy of a decap so that we can kill him even with a body shot. Okay. Maybe go here for surround now on Plague Bird? Is that too greedy? I think I'd rather have the surround. But I don't want to move too far away from Dr. Wisniewski. No, I'll just do a regular attack. Seriously, asking if we top or bottom? Hey, your business. That's your business. You can, however you like to do, it's fine with me. So yeah, let's get damage here. Wherever they're not stunned. Yeah, no judgment here. Just regular attack. And then we'll move apples and fruits here. And so then I could put Meta Wrecker here. I think that's fine. And we'll go for the stun. Okay. Footwork. All right, we need this guy to die. We need this guy to die. What's the chance on this? 58. It's got a lot of hit points. I'm gonna wait on Darlene Ho. Yeah. Given the Fosse 254 is not netted yet, I think this move is fine. And I'm gonna go for the decap here. Yes. Yes. Meta Record didn't get hit, he promised. True. Yeah, let's just go up here for the better surround. Okay, more spiders coming. That's fine. Okay, the other spooters are coming in. Seems fine. And I'm kind of keen to just press the blue skip turn button on pretty much everyone. Not everyone. Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would run to me, but I didn't. Well, that's all right. I think they're all running away. So good experience. It's over. All right. Yeah. Really good experience. Fossy254 has hit level 2 already. That's so fast for level 2. And that's a beast fight for our future scout, I guess. That's right. You love to see it. You love to see it. Okay. Oh, 9 lives? Oh, baby. Please. Delicious. Yes. Yes. All right, so this bro is going to be one of our big bonkin' slam jam wham bam thank you ma'am do not pass go, do not collect $200 hammer bros. So stats we want to level up on this bro are pretty much just fatigue, hit points, melee skill. We'll take opportunistic melee defense, but we can skip a +1. One of your favorite build archetypes? Me too. I don't think we have any need for fatigue. We really don't have much need for... Excuse me. We have need for fatigue. I just don't want to take a low roll. We don't have much need for initiative here, right? Like, not at all. In fact, we kind of want to be a little bit slow. It's going to be kind of bad from the perspective of using like hold steady and onslaught. But we need to be after our duo partner. So I might just take the +3 fatigue. This bro, I think there's very little reason fatigue would be bad. We want to get as many of these shatters as we can. We're going to be wearing heavy armor. I'd like to not take brawny, and I'd like to get value from onslaught. So I'm going to grab this fatigue. And I'm going to take the high rolls and resolve as they're available. There's a lot of maybe perks there. Our first event. Miles here, on his knees. Hey, that's all right. There's not a soul out here who isn't scared. You love to see it. And I think this event has like a super long cooldown. But that's great. This bro getting a little bit of resolve is pretty excellent. For sure. For sure. Suck it up. All right, so last event, we're gonna start keeping track. Day 3 at 7 p.m. Okay. Okay. Fork in the road. Let's just head down this way, see what we see. No reason for us to even like look off-road on any like mountains or anything like that here. The only thing we care about, the only thing we want to fight are peasants and caravans. No, that's too much. So it's going to be 6 cutthroats and a slinger. I'd love to get that sling, but I think that's biting off more than we can chew till we hit level 2 on more bros, which sucks because I think this would be a potentially good fight, but I think the risk of a bro dying to the cutthroats is too high. They've got that oh, whatever the name of that sword is, that's got like a little bit more damage than a short sword. Oh, excuse me. That one's just a little too spooky. Good to know that that's there though, right? All the nomads and brigands that have tried to ambush us is a good sign for the near future. Must be a big camp nearby. Usually those patrols are smaller. Yeah, I guess I don't know for Hardened what the spawning rules are in specific. Like what the size of the ambushers are versus the defenders spawn from camps and stuff. Okay, just following the road. So far, pretty quiet. Do I want to go through a forest at night? I don't think so. I think we just turn around. We already saw our dire wolves. We don't want to see more. I'm good with just seeing that one pack, you know? Down to 460 crowns. Don't love that. There we go. That's an important snack for us. So let's take it. The team's hungry. They need a snack. And so, you can't have, like, hungry bros, right? Where's it from? That's a good question. It's from Dull Men. Dolman. Okay. Couple short swords here. Let's see how they approach. Fewer shields this time. Hopefully this is our tool town. Hopefully this is our tool town. They're 3 hexes away. 3 and 4. So I'm good to just fight him from here. Yes. Head 60 is hit for 60 damage. That dude is a sniper? That dude is a sniper. Okay. Come at me, bros. You saw what happened to your first buddy. Was that a max roll? Let's see. Literally max roll. Literally max roll. Max roll of damage. Because the headshot multiplier is 1.5. Okay. That was a literal max roll. Wonderful. All right, we're gonna wait for this last dude to move. Okay. And a max roll to hit 1. Yes, it was. All right, so do I surround this guy? We get 2 attempts at a stun. 9 lives, bro, will enter this hex, which seems pretty good. Yeah, I think so. Just decap him first try. Hit him. So if I'm going to send these 2 here and here, let's get Plaguebird and Mastermaticus here and here, and we can take a step forward at Dulling Ho and attack this guy. That's not a decap. Well, decap doesn't do bonus damage until they've taken some damage. Did not get our stun. Honestly, probably don't even need to go for the stun on Curse Word. I think this guy has taken enough damage. And with the bleeding stacks lowering his initiative, where we're going to get so many attacks, I think just going for damage and the spear with reach advantage getting more hit chances more relevant. Okay. Very nice. Hmm. Pierced Hand. That is so good. Get the stun. Got the man fleeing. Oh, no, you don't. Okay. Do I bother daggering this guy down now? Just barely I do bother, but if we get his armor, it'll be extremely damaged. Still worth grabbing, but the value there is... the value prop is minimal. I'll put it that way. All right, very nice. We got another level 2 on Darling Ho. Hell yeah. It is not our tools caravan, just cloth rolls, but it did have some nice tools. The all-important crowns to keep the war machine running. I don't know why I didn't just like click on everything. Like, we want everything. Except for the cloth rolls. Except for their valuable cargo, which we simply tossed to the side. Worthless. It means nothing to us. Care Bear Van? True. All right, we're gonna equip some more medical supplies. Or bandages, I should say. We've got another wooden shield. Pretty nice. The short swords are kind of a meh weapon. They've only got a reach of 3, setting them apart from other swords with basically having the same reach as all the other early game weapons, I guess except for hatchets. But that makes them pretty non-exceptional. Unexceptional? Bad. I'll put a pocket buckler on Darling Ho. Gifted. Cool. So this brother is gonna need a decent amount of resolve, not massive, right? Because between strength and number and rally the troops, allowing us to equip the Sergeant Sash. Oh no, but we're gonna have him equip the banner. That's right. We're not gonna be doing AoE attacks. This is just like a straight up banner, regular banner, true banner. The bannerist banner. So resolve matters a lot. Well. Resolve matters a good amount. Should we farm brain damage on him? I'm kidding. Do I really do banner with this guy? Hold up. Let's think about this a little bit, because I'm not so convinced that that has to be true. Why did I decide that needed to be the case? We have fatigue reduction from polearm mastery and decisive and finesse. That's pretty damn good. Go back and watch the VOD? I mean, I guess I could. I can't imagine a world where, I mean, would I put the banner on anyone else? Boy. Right, we have 3 forms of fatigue reduction. Why would we not just reap? Damage, 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 death, 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 death. Right? Right. Yeah, that feels so good. Why would I not? So is rotation back on the menu? Nah, he's gonna be part of a duo. Letting us reach out and do long range attacks. How do you remember what all 12 bros are gonna do? Teach me. I mark their perks. In vanilla, I feel like I can keep track of it pretty well. Just like, I don't know, the same way you learn anything, right? The first time I learned like a certain chord progression on guitar, I had to remember every chord one by one. Then later I'm like, ah, yeah, that's just like a 2/5 turnaround. And you just like abstract things away until it just becomes known to you. I've never played Battle Bros, but I probably watched Hunter Zavra use you. Oh, well, lovely. Well, I'm glad you're here, Nivik. And yeah, I think just experience. That's the key. That's the name of the game. But yeah, all right. So looking at this, brother. Hold up. All right. So, polearm skills cost 25% less fatigue. Skills build up 15% less fatigue. Skills cost 20% less fatigue. That's so good. Specifically for polearms, right? Yeah, we definitely do this. We definitely do this. Not being able to wait is a bit less good for something that needs armor to be stripped first. Well, that's true. But that's okay. Honestly, the sword lance is still like an okay weapon for stripping armor. It's not great, but it's okay. Off topic, but you ever tried Stone Shard? Yeah. I like Stone Shard quite a bit. It's a fun game. Oh, then we take Death Dealer. Oh my god, what am I doing? This is so obvious. This build has made itself. So then I can't take Gifted? I think I still take Rally the Troops though. And we just have a sword lance instead of a banner. Past Slurgy was a fool? Yeah. He was. Why was he dumb? Right? I mean, we've got the powerful strikes. So we have Death Dealer, Decisive, Finesse, all the polearm stuff. Strength in numbers. Oh no, does that mean I take student though? That sucks. If after all this prep, the run fails, I think we just raw dog the next one. Nah, no raw dogging. The team needs to have a plan so I know how to level everyone up. Otherwise, I can't click these buttons unless I know that answer. Man, I don't want to take student, but I don't think I want to skip any of the perks I have marked. Like, not a single one. Student is a pretty feels bad to pick now. Does this count as a polearm or a spear? Spear. Go with the melee defense. Student in Hardened is just skip tier 1 skill button, right? Yeah. So you don't gain any extra experience or anything. It's the skip perk button. You get literally nothing from it except to advance your perk tier. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna click it. It's happened. One thing we can do is on a brother like Scatabouche, who's going to be a true hybrid. If I wanted to have, you know, two pre-armed crossbows, 2 preloaded crossbows, and then a sling, could have the banner as well. Or, alternatively, on Curse Word. Yeah, this brother could pretty easily carry either the banner or the loot. So. Oh, and I want to head north, not south. Oh my goodness, I need to unequip. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's unequip stuff. This is out of control. Yeah, we don't pay the tool tax here, that's right. I refuse. Look, obviously we're not ready for these fights yet, but the fact that we are seeing so many is a good omen for this place on the map for the future. Yeah, a mod that lets you target repairs would be nice for this type of run. It's all right. It's honestly, I've gotten to where I'm pretty fast at it. It doesn't bother me that much. All right, some fresh footprints. Quite spaced apart, which makes me think it's probably peasants. It is not peasants. It's the first Weilersheim company. Slacking at their duties, I guess. Let's equip stuff and beat them up. Careful in the Wolfwoods, yeah. Wolfwood is as advertised, right? Like, what is there is what they say is there. I guess I don't know what I expected. Off topic, did you ever play Soviet Republic Workers and Resources? No. That's a very on the nose name for a game, but no, I've never played that. Never even heard of it. All right, so it's gonna be 4 of those caravan hands. It's pretty hardcore city builder. I like city builders, but I kind of like my city builders to be like chill. Okay, I'm gonna scoot. Get a more, like, not give him this high ground and etc. etc. Like pain, it's not chill. No, I don't need pain from my city builders. I like my city builders chill. The only exception I'll make for that is we'll see how it becomes as it's developed, but Manor Lords is kind of like not exactly a city builder because it's like, you know, a total war game, except it's all one single layer, which is so cool. I think Manor Lords counts as a city builder. I would count it. I haven't played it for a little while. No doubt quite a bit has changed since me and my pals Conrad and Conrad and Cunts. God. We'll keep playing music. It recently had a massive update. Nice. Yes, with a K, I think, or maybe it was with a C. I don't remember. How goes? What would you say the theme of our team is? 5 dynamic duos. All right, I'm gonna attack once with Scottaboosh. Now, actually, I'm gonna back up. That way Slice the Elder gets better non-crowded attacks. And do I want to put Meta Wrecker here? Go for the stun on this guy. We can put Master Maticus there. We can still react to this guy moving in position and should be able to kill this one. I think so. Okay, got the stun. So then do I move Curse Word like to here? And we can put Master Maticus there. I guess it gives this guy an attack next turn. How bad is that? No, I think I go for two attacks here. So Dr. Vishnevsky, I don't want Meta Wrecker to be able to be surrounded. Oh, if you want to share the, here. You can share the link now. Yeah, I'm gonna put Dr. Vishnevsky here. Okay, very nice. So if I'm gonna get Master Maticus to there, let's actually step here, that way Darlene Ho gets a little bit less crowded on his attack. Hey. Super nice. Published by Hooded Horse, same people that publish Battle Brothers. Let's see, so I'm deciding if I want to put Plaguebird here. Dr. Vishnevsky and Plaguebird both having shields makes that feel okay. If they needed to shield wall, they could. Pretty decent pile of hit points on this brother. Not the best armor, but they don't have the best weapons. We can put Helmfried to there. Very nice. Okay, definitely will want to shield wall / push / whatever with Plaguebird. Just hit him. And let's just move Humphrey to there and end turn. Let's go here and end turn with Slice the Elder. Dr. Vishnevsky. Could push. And then we'll wait. 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 Wait, because we're going to go for one more push. Could have Curse Word go for it. Curse Word and Plaguebird. And then next time we go for a big surround. Cute. I see no reason to attack them through the shield wall riposte. What I would like to do is try to take out this caravan hand and surround this one, right? This one's got the better armor. It's got the 50 armor that we do want. And he's already wavering. So no need to attack. And I'm going to greet it here a little bit. As you do. No, let's just attack with the reach weapons. I'm not going to attack with any of these brothers. We do have a hat on Helmfried. So going for this surround as we kill this other caravan hand feels legit. Well, I didn't hit him. So let's at least have these brothers here shield wall. Plaguebird as well. Sure. I don't have to attack you. Could get in there and do a destroy shield. Just saying, it's an option. But I don't want to put apples and fruits on this hex. Got him. So. Mr. Caravan Hand. You'll love to see it. Another one. All right, we dagger him down, take everything that we can. Lovely. Ooh, look at all these level 2s. Oh. Yes. Rugged surcoat. Let's go. We take everything except the wood. Many level 2s acquired. So let's go ahead and allocate said level 2s. All right, so this is going to be our far left flanking dynamic duo dude, Dr. Vishnevsky. This is the brother where... What perks do we even take? The level ups are going to be fairly straightforward. Always melee skill. Always melee defense. And then the high rolls between like hit points, range defense, etc. I think we take the range defense one. We're going to be doing some anticipation stuff. We also care about initiative. But we'll take the high roll range defense. Wasn't this the parry guy? No. Well, yeah, he was a parry potential, but I think I like this better. I think I like this better. So small target's still pretty nice now, even at this early level. Even at this early level, it's pretty sweet. Fast adaptation is reasonable for this brother to have long term. Right? I mean, our expected melee attack is only going to get up to 81. And I say only, but like, man, enemies have so much defense. And we don't have a formidable approach on this brother. So if we're going to do some of the big AoE attacks with the hammer, you can never gain more than one fast adaptation stack total per attack, but you can like gain and then expend as the AoE is choosing its targets. So fast adaptation's not totally unreasonable, or you could hit and then gain a fast adaptation stack later in the attack. Like as it's rotating through its targets. So given how defensive enemies are in this, and the fact that our melee skill is going to get up to an okay, but not incredibly exceptional number, I might just take the fast adaptation here. I don't think this will be the play. I don't think Fresh and Furious will be the play. If anything, I'd almost rather grab Battle Flow. No, I'm gonna take fast adaptation. I think it's pretty good on this level. Right where we are with the weapons we're using. Small target's honestly the one that's more of a maybe. Still good. I still like it a lot. Okay. Helmfried. This is gonna be our Ijirok body. So he's gonna have just a fun, cute little exposed head. This is gonna be a parry brother. And so we will always take range defense. Every single level, no matter what. We always take range defense. We skip the +1s in melee defense. Colossus is great here. Yeah, we take the +2 range defense in Cry. Yeah, accurate. Accurate. Yeah, so this brother's just going to, he's just going to riposte. Riposte, 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 riposte. And indom, 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 indom. So we do care about the fatigue on this brother. We're only really getting the value from flexible and dodge from our base initiative. I'm not really going to pump it. So we definitely take fatigue when it's a 4. I mean, I kind of think taking the melee skill here is fine because it's a high roll and it gives us the most value at the moment, like right now. But long term, we're not going to take this except for an opportunistic +3. So I'll take it now. I think that's fine. Okay. Plague Bird. Going to be one of our dynamic duos. This brother is going to be a big, chunky, defensive, using Whirling Death Flail Boy. So we really care about the initiative on this brother because we want to be able to equip heavier armors and keep that armor intact. We're gonna avoid taking melee skill. Unless it's a high roll. And even then, eh. So let's grab the high roll between hit points and resolve. We do care about resolve too. We're gonna need more, but this is fine for now. So then I'll just choose Fruits of Labor. It's a pretty bad value perk on this level, but it's still fine. Like it's bits of stats that we care about all of them, right? Curse Word. Eventually is going to be ready to go, rock and rollin'. Onslaught, hold steady. You love to see it. Unfortunately, not able to slot in Adrenaline on this brother, which is too bad. But whatever. It's fine. I think I want to keep everything else. including Fresh and Furious. I think there's pretty good value from doubling up with a crossbow or handgun, depending on the fight. Do I think that's actually better, though, than some other choice here? Yeah, maybe. I also don't hate initiative. Shouldn't need too much, though. Yeah, shouldn't need too much at all. So, hit points, ranged attack, fatigue. It's not like the initiative is bad. We like Curse Word to be going somewhat early, if we can, if we're not going to take Adrenaline. Which maybe I do just take Adrenaline. The idea behind Adrenaline is we are able to get Hold Steady or Onslaught like right at the start of a turn. It's maybe slightly less appealing now that we've got like other things to do on the turn, like attack. Like, what's the speed of the other tactician? Yeah, this bro is not gonna get any at all. So this bro is probably going to be the first to be using Hold Steady in a turn. So Curse Words will come later. So we're already going to be somewhat stammed out from attacking. How much fatigue do tactics cost? Oh, a ton. So Onslaught is 30, and then Hold Steady is 40. So a lot, like a lot. I don't know that we have to have good to go. Or Fresh and Furious. I wonder if actually better is just to do it like this. Go with Reforged. We can wear still like one of those -2 vision helmets that are pretty heavy. Go with Crossbow and Firearm Mastery. Seems pretty okay. And maybe even in that case, since I'm already getting crazy here, do I feel like I have to take Hybridization? Maybe the answer is no. And we just get gifted. If we're in a situation where we need to use a melee attack, We can just use some sort of like 4 AP weapon. Bro's gonna need unending fatigue. True. So let's give him that, right? He's gonna need an absolute monstrous amount of fatigue. So let's make it happen. So what are other ways I could do this? Because I think I should be at least a little mindful of that. Another interesting option would be Unstoppable, giving us more initiative so that after we do some attacks, it has to hit though, right? Yeah, it has to hit. Could make these more reasonable to do. It's kind of nice to have something else to do, like in fights against skeletons after the hold steady and onslaught, other than just the gun. If we're not applying debuffs like overwhelm or whatever, even the armor stripping is kind of underwhelming. So maybe in that case, getting melee skill up to 70 is a little bit appealing with hybridization. Would also give us a little range defense. Enemies aren't going to target this brother with ranged attacks based on where he's like standing in the formation. He's going to be in cover. He'll have such a huge pile of hit points. Yeah, enemies aren't even going to attack him with ranged attacks, and if they do, it's not going to do that much damage at all. But the nice thing, even though with the crossbow in vanilla, you know, you can move one hex, shoot and reload. You can't in this, however, you can, oh boy, it doesn't even show it. You still get 1 AP remaining, right? So you can shoot for 3, reload for 5, and then still use adrenaline. And then we could take that opportunity to use onslaught or hold steady. It's a lot of fatigue. We're asking a lot out of this brother from a fatigue perspective. I think he can do it though. Blitzkrieg is adrenaline for everyone, right? Does that include himself? Yeah, it includes himself. But it's like, dude, it's so much. It's so much. It's so much fatigue to use this one. Going from 40 to 50 is pretty extreme. Pretty extreme. So I think I wonder if marksmanship would be worthwhile. No, probably not. I might stick with my original plan. I think the reason I like Ready to Go and Fresh and Furious is simply to get that 3 attack on the enemy, they have to charge me kind of thing going as fast as possible. So attack, reload, attack on the very first turn feels pretty damn good. We still could grab Adrenaline here. Good luck, Mr. Streamer. Well, thank you, ZD Reg. So then I just take Fatigue every level. If I take Fatigue every level, what do we end up at? 158? So even with really heavy armor and a crossbow, crossbow's luckily not that heavy of a weapon. Basically nothing in the pocket. Does backup plan let you reload? Disable all attack skills, but reloading is not an attack skill, right? Huh. Backup plan kind of interesting. Just once per battle. Hmm. And I don't think we're likely to have enough fatigue to do both. You know, onslaught and hold steady on the same turn is 70. That's a pretty big ask. I don't think we'll have 70 spare fatigue. We'll probably end up with some amount slightly less than that. It's going to be weird because this brother's going to end up with like really good armor. One benefit to hybridization, though, is we can swap weapon to a one-handed weapon to double grip to do these for cheaper. That seems like that's got to be worth. That's got to be better. So that's probably the play, actually. That's got to be the play. That's definitely the play. That's the play. Even if it's just a dagger. Anything but getting Blitzkrieg? They've closed on now? Sure do. I mean, Blitzkrieg is cool. The thing is like... It's good. It's just so expensive. Blitzkrieg will turn him into a recover bot, but it would be cool. Could double grip a weapon on tactician turns. Yeah, exactly, right? So I think hybridization is going to be the play. That way we can swap weapons easily. So maybe this is how we do it. In fact, adrenaline is a non-attack as well. So we weapon swap to do the adrenaline for even cheaper. Not even 15. It'll be 12. How's that for value? How's that for value? Pretty good. And then we can do the onslaught for like 24. Pretty good. Hold steady then becomes 32. Suddenly this is looking pretty manageable. Did you alter some sound settings / change mics? I don't think so. I'm like sort of not sitting at a good angle to my mic though. Does it sound differently? Let me know if so. Maybe I bumped a volume knob or something. It's also possible. The heat just kicked on. So you might be hearing a little bit of background noise. Kind of inescapable for me in the winter in this location. Voice cracked from crying too much? That could be. Yeah, I'm gonna go like this. So I do want to get our melee skill up to 70 if possible. If not, it's fine. And then I'm just gonna pump fatigue, 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 fatigue. Maybe it's just headphones, but it's abruptly silent when you aren't speaking, perfectly clear when you are, just zero background noise whatsoever. Oh, I do have a noise gate, so that would make sense. And I'm gonna take adrenaline on this turn. I think an early adrenaline is actually pretty good value. But yeah, there's a noise gate, so it should be perfectly silent when I'm not speaking. And I think the game is making no sounds right now, which is kind of ominous. Yeah, I don't know why the game's making no noise right now. It's kind of eerie. All right, so I'm gonna go 9 lives here. This is gonna be one of our dynamic duo partnerships. This bro is going to be a Zerk Chain. Zerk Chain brother. Fairly low requirements from this brother. Very little needed. Just go in, smash, and feel good about it. So we pretty much always do hit points. And we just hit the enemy and they die. That's the whole plan. That's the whole thing. That's just what we do. We don't really need that much fatigue. We don't really need that much resolve. I guess on this level I'll get resolve. I mean, the Berserk Chain is super heavy, but we're going to be wearing fairly light armor. We can probably pump fatigue a tiny bit from here, but where we are now is fine. The two-handed obliterators will be epic. It will be. I agree. All right, Scottaboosh is going to be a true hybrid, where we're going to pump melee skill and range skill. Oh man, this is going to be fun. And we're going to take Weapon Master. Oh boy. So let's see. On this level, probably just grab 9. Even though this bro's not in the front. Could maybe take fast adaptation. But I don't know, combo's pretty good with basically everything this bro's gonna do. So I don't think I want to grab fast. I think it's almost for sure gonna be combo. Give him the old 1-2. You've returneth. Have we beaten Black Monolith? Yeah. Not in this run, but we've beaten it before. Veteran levels better than fast adaptation. We are gonna get veteran levels, but boy. And even though we will have finesse and all the weapon masteries, fatigue requirements will still be high. I wonder if that means I want to take the 4 fatigue when it's being offered. I think so. We're gonna have plenty of opportunities to pump our hit points with the 2 talent stars, so I don't need to take the 4 there. Let's take the 4 in fatigue. And then apples and fruits, a future Jedi. One with the shield could be pretty interesting on this level. And then just grab a shield. Colossus is pretty similar though. Yeah, we're gonna have the toolbox available to us. That's right, on Scottaboosh, and I'm very much looking forward to it. It's gonna be an excellent, excellent toolbox. We're gonna do some stunning. And it will be stunning. All right, so apples and fruits from a level up perspective. This is going to be right in the very center of our formation. I'm not as concerned with this brother's melee skill, even though it's obviously going to be pretty good each level up. Mostly I want them to not die. You know? Actually, is that where this bro's gonna be? Am I getting them confused? Right, get Helm Friday and Master Maticus there on the other side. Yeah, he's right in the center of the phalanx. Right in the center. Genuinely think you'll have to play till day with 300 without strength and number? I mean, Monolith's pretty serious. Monolith is a pretty serious fight. And yeah, his duo partner is going to be, yeah, Dolly and Ho. Okay, okay. This is all making sense to me now. I feel like this bro, I want more defensive perks. And they're just not available. I see. Jedi should be Padawan or Youngling until he gets a sword. Okay. Anticipation is available. It is, but this bro is going to be a shieldy boy. So, not available to him, unfortunately. Exploit opening with sword is sketch. I agree. That's why I've got it marked blue. I still think it's really good, though. The exploit opening vastly exceeded my expectations in the last run. There was a lot going into that to make it so good, but I think even when it's only okay, it's still pretty good. You'd pick trained every day of the week? Trained? Wait, what? You mean Weapon Master? Trained. You mean Finesse? Trained is the perk group. Finesse? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. This bro's going to be in a pretty dangerous spot. Based on the way we're going to play him, he's going to be in a pretty dangerous spot, and he's going to be the least defensive of all the brothers that are there. So I'm not that keen to go too offensive with this brother. Now that we don't have phalanx and strength and number and everything, these defensive bros are pretty precious, and we really need to pump their defenses. Underdog, well, he's only going to ever end up with 2 enemies in melee with him at once at any time. So, like, at most, this is 5 melee defense, which is a pretty feels bad. So maybe he's safer than I'm thinking. That's like a gifted. Oh, true. But that's like gifted in melee defense only in the best, most ideal circumstances. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if that's good enough. But maybe, you know, maybe he is defensive enough. So we're definitely taking the melee defense, and then just the hit points. Yeah, just the hit points. That's like a classic level up. Okay. Never safe even with strength and numbers phalanx. I don't think he'll be too defensive. I mean, I don't know. We do have our one with the shield. We'll have Fruits of Labor. We'll have Colossus. One with the shield is only going to protect the head. So we'll be able to put on some, like, pretty chunky armor. That'll be nice. But still, the risk is always there. Okay. And that is where I'm going to call it for the evening. We are off to a great start. You love to see it. You love to see it. I will be back on Saturday. Not going to stream tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday for an EU-friendly start time. I will put the information in the Discord. Maybe not quite as early as some of the other days, but glad you all could join me. It's been fun. I'm going to send you guys over to a delightful Slay the Spire streamer. Don Fandango is playing Menace? Well, I already clicked the button. I'm going to hold off on watching any Menace until I get a chance to play it for myself. But I encourage you guys all to check it out. Let me know, without any details, how it is. So I'll be back in a couple days. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.